Happy Saturday and welcome to another show. Today, Sophia is with us again. She is back in the flesh. What's going on, Miss Sophia?
Hey, everything's really nice and quiet now. A little too quiet, probably, because my sister's going back home to Germany. Nah, let me stop. It was awesome.
That's
Life is
good,
awesome.
man. That's good. I saw you had a really great time on the social media feed. So, man, that's always awesome when you can reunite with long lost family you haven't seen in years. I know that's ethereal in itself. So,
Yeah.
congratulations for that. And we've got a
Thank
special
you.
guest on today. Stephen Wollard is joining us, and he's going to be discussing his beliefs on idealism and worldviews and perspectives and how he got there and everything. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What's going on, Stephen? How's it going, my friend?
Going pretty good. Thanks for the invite. Happy to be here. I've
Good,
got
man.
the German puppy.
Oh, you
I,
do? What's his
I
name?
can't hear him or see him. That's weird.
Gretchen,
Uh-oh.
baby Gretchen, the long-haired dachshund.
Oh,
Wanted to get into
he's a
the film.
cute little dog. Cute, man. I've got
I,
two little cats. I love dogs too, man, but I just don't have the time for a dog right now. But
So
love
do
those
we.
guys. Oh, I know you do. Them dogs are always speaking up, man.
all this
And
German
yeah.
jumped up here.
And Orlando says, "Hello, Stephen."
Hey, brother.
And he says, "Welcome back, Sophie. I will be
Hey,
joining
Orlando.
shortly." Yes. Awesome, awesome. So we're going to be talking
Cool.
and discussing a little bit about your worldviews. I heard your interview with Orlando, of course, a few weeks ago, and was really, really, really super interesting. We all sort of have our own particular descriptions of worldviews, like idealism or materialism or physicalism or what have you. I think we sort of share the idealistic view. And so for you, Stephen, how did you come to those beliefs? Like, what was your background that sort of led you to all that?
Well, a run through is well, if we go back a ways, I'm a descendant of the 19th century preacher William Miller, who preceded Seventh Day Adventism. There was a
Oh,
Millerites. Well, that's a great, great, great uncle of mine, William Miller of the Millerites and the Miller movement. And what he did was he was a bit of a biblical literalist, and he went through Daniel and Revelation very literal and came to the idea that the second coming of Christ was going to happen first in 1843. And then he made two more false predictions in 1844. And then he gave up trying to literally predict the second coming. So I'll take it back that far. Uncle William Miller, preacher. You can Google it. The great.
interesting, man.
So I've had this burning desire to kind of put right where once went wrong. Let's say I come from a family with a theological background. So when he failed these predictions for the second coming, a lady by the name of Ellen Harmon at the time, later Ellen G. White, founded the Seventh Day Adventist Church, and my relatives were taken right into that from the outset. So we're Seventh Day Adventists all the way back to the beginning and proceeded, to Millerism, and have been it. My family's been in that right into my generation, and I've obviously backed off from it. But so that led into my upbringing. I was born and raised in the Seventh Day Adventist Church, and I attended 12 total years of Bible school as a Seventh Day Adventist, and I chose not to go into theology. Some of my friends are in theology. So, I mean, I could have gone into theology, but I went atheist while I was at about the age of 15. So while I was at Christian boarding academy at Bible school, living on campus, I decided I had a crisis of faith. Decided this God business is a fairy tale, and I don't believe it. I was too much of an intellectual to go along with what was going on there. So from 15 to 27, I just counted myself as a hard atheist at first. I was a little like against religion. I was a little anti-religious. Then I chilled a little more into a more peaceful agnostic atheism, like just intellectual atheism. And I I would call myself a scientism advocate because, when I lost my beliefs, you're not supposed to believe in science like a belief system, but, admittedly, I think I kind of did. I kind of took physicalism as a belief system and secular atheism as a belief system. It was like and I thought it was literal. It's like the literal truth is not the Bible. Then, so then what is it? Well, there's not a lot of options. I thought, well, it's science then. It's literal. Life was unfolding a certain way. The carpet was laying out a certain way. So
right.
After I realized that there's some serious problems there, like when I put my mind into the Big Bang Theory until I understood that there is no such a thing as true beginnings. Whatever anybody says is a beginning already has something pre-existent there at the point saying is the beginning can't be the beginning. So my mind went there by about age 27, and I started realizing, well, it's not like they've said in religion, taking Genesis literal and literal second coming, all this, the follies of my ancestors, but there is something spiritual to be noted, and that's when I count myself as a spiritual pantheist, not an atheist, but also not into organized religion, just independently spiritual by about age 27. So that was the early 2000s for me. And I got into Joseph Campbell. A lot of people have read Joseph Campbell. I read everything that he's ever written and watched every lecture that was ever produced in his name, because growing up as a Seventh-day Adventist, we were taught that Genesis is very literal, and those were 6 literal days. And if you deviate from that, you're a heretic and an apostate, and there's no salvation for you, and you're out of the church. This is what drove me out of religion, this sort of rigid thinking that's untenable. Somebody out there probably does believe it, but I'll apologize. But in my opinion, it's untenable. So that's what led me into the atheism and everything. So then by the time I started understanding that there is no beginning, not in Genesis, not in the Big Bang, this is eternal existence. And so my mind went more pantheistic in philosophy, and I was more of a spiritual thinking person, but I didn't count myself as a theist. I didn't believe in gods, or I didn't think that reality is a God. I just think that God is a metaphor for reality, And then I'm good with God in that sense since about age 27. I wasn't put off by using the term God anymore.
Right.
I had understanding that, and I didn't understand it the way we're going to talk here later about that God, it's consciousness itself. I just thought of it as existence, and it didn't click to me that existence itself must be conscious. But it was clear enough that everything is one, and the one is existence, So I was very into interconnection, interdependence, unity, holism, that strong. And I kind of leaned eastern philosophies for a long time, Vedanta and stuff like this, where in certain Zen and Taoist understandings. Through the Joseph Campbell and the Alan Watts, I understood it for some reason. Like, I'd been raised absolutely dualistic, but when I was exposed to the non-dual traditions, it was as if I'd always known. And somewhere inside, obviously, I did always know where knowledge is, in our subconscious. Right. But it struck me as odd that I understood it, because these were foreign cultures, these were foreign religions. I had no familiarity with any of it, except for those being bashed by my religion as a boy. Oh, these are false religions. This is Satan. So I never paid it. When I became an atheist, I never paid attention either, because I'm like, well, if any of these religions are true, it's probably the one I was raised in, the Christian.
Right.
Very bigoted opinion, but admittedly I had that, and I had to outgrow that somehow, and but I did, and it kept going along, and then I took aim on. I started rereading the Bible, because I wanted a fresh perspective of the Bible again.
Mm-hmm.
So I went into Genesis and I saw the self-contradictions up front when I was actually looking at it now for a second time. I realized that the sun and moon and stars aren't created until the, fourth day. And yet there's days going by, all the stuff that makes it not literal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That I was raised that. Then I understood, well, then it can't be literal. So it can only be symbolic then, right? What are my choices? So I became something of a symbolist, and I took, with the encouragement of Joseph Campbell, I took mythology as symbolic and metaphor and allegory. And I understood that the spiritual meanings that are intended are not in the historical, literal reading that that mainstream religion often, portrays. That's actually kind of clouding your mind from getting to the inner content, which is the actual spiritual and mystical content. The I and the Father are one stuff of John 10:30 and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So my mind was going that way. I got kind of mixed up with the mythicist movement, Acharya, Ian Murdoch, Richard Carrier, Dr. Robert Price, some of those. They feel that the Christ myth was completely a literary work entirely, and historical. Well, around 2005, I think I got mixed up with those people, and the author Ian Murdoch passed away in 2015. For that duration of time, I was on her staff for her website and handling her forums, on her forum staff. I got to debate with Christian apologists that would come in there, like William Lane Craig and others, that would come in under alias and try to debate us about the Christ myth theory. And I learned a lot during that time. I was never convinced of either side. I left it as an agnostic on the Christ myth because there's a heck of a lot of problems trying to make it super literal, but there's also no way in the world anybody could say that there absolutely wasn't such a person. So in the end, I just say, it's kind of lost to history. That's where I landed myself. I think, and it's unimportant to the spiritual concerns. The spiritual, I understood, works either way. Whether it was a literary work or whether there was a person involved. The person involved got buried in all the literature. So I think I'm good with it now. And it doesn't matter to me whether there was or was not a fixed historical person at the core of it, because that has nothing to do with anything when salvation is supposed to be within you. It's not external, and so the history and all that to me are externalizing, and this is consistent with Joseph Campbell's teaching and everything else. The meaning of myth is an inward meaning, so I went there, I got into that mindset. And then during that time, because we were having to go into the primary sources all the time, like the Egyptian texts and the old Gnostic works and everything that goes into that argument, I found myself confronted with a lot of Hermetic information and content, because the Hermetic tradition is allegedly the coming out of, pre-dynastic Egypt.
Right.
Everything else to dynastic Egypt. The Greeks come in, Jews and Greeks get a hold of it, Romans get a hold of it. It goes through all of Europe and it goes to the New World. That's the way I understand the Hermetic tradition. So as above, so below is something, the principles were things that I kept hitting on. I had never read the Kabbalion. And then at some point, the Kabbalion just sort of fell into my lap, I read
mystical. That's the Jewish mysticism, right?
Oh, well, no, that's
the Cabal.
That's something else. This is just a book on Hermetic philosophy called KYBALION. So
I see.
Like it's supposed to be key Balian. It's like the key to unlocking.
Gotcha.
Key Balian. It's a book out there. So I recommend reading it because it just gets into Hermetic philosophy. What I already knew about idealism when I read the Kabbalion. What struck me right away is that the content in there is basically ancient idealism, like we're doing now in modern idealist philosophy. And that's when I had the eureka to coin Hermetic idealism. So it's how Hermetic idealism came about as a platform that I'm, running. I got a YouTube channel by that name. And by that name. And the Hermetic Order of 21st Century Idealists. that was all created on the back end of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then experiential realism had come up, and I had been, working on that with Arlindo and chats and whatnot. And then he had named his channel Experiential Realism. Mine is Idealism. And we just collaborate in both groups. We both co-admin each.
So how did the idealism, the philosophy, the concept derive from your background, I guess, with Hermetic theology and things like that?
So when I noticed first, so you get in, okay, so we can speak the language of like idealism, like Castrop and stuff. I'd been going through I first went through Donald Hoffman's model, and then somehow I came across Bernardo Kastrup second to that. Well, I was really interested in that because for the last 23 years I've been a pantheist, and I've been looking for how in the world spirituality and science are going to converge, because I know they should. And so it's not been clear for several decades how that's going to work. It got a lot clearer when I got exposed to Donald Hoffman and Bernardo Kastrup. A lot clearer. So I was just like, in that thinking, we have the primacy of consciousness. Consciousness has to be placed first. They're just taking the existing models and they're like for Kastrup, it's just, everybody believes in science today that we're in a unified quantum field, and that things that look like matter and particles are just excitations of this field. And the field is omnipresent. The only step that Kastrup took was just to call it core subjectivity and call it, consciousness, primary consciousness. Plain for the audience. It's a really simple correction, and then it doesn't have the hard problem of consciousness. Now you can explain consciousness without a question mark along the way between unconscious matter and conscious matter. It's a question mark. It's just eternal. It's always been there. So I knew that. When I went into this Kabbalion, the first thing it starts going through the 7 Hermetic principles. Principle number 1 is this: the all is mind, the universe is mental. It just hit me. I was like, okay, this is idealism. Mind at large. This is the same as mind at large. I understood the connection there right away. So I just within Bernardo Kastrup fan club groups, I started working on this as an idea and kind of doing, like you said, debating with people, checking the feedback, trying my ideas and thoughts out against those that would come back at them, throwing it out to the wolves to see what would happen, and then developing. So that all 7 principles, we could go through all of it. It is a correspondence, as above, so below. Most people are familiar with that, as above, so below. It's the Hermetic principle, as within, so without. And then you get into like vibration. Everything vibrates. Everything. Nothing is actually still. This is like old ancient science. And then it goes into polarity. Everything seems to be dual. Everything seems to have an opposite. And then it goes into cause and effect. It goes into gender. It covers all these things, and it covers gender as mental energies, like the hemispheric. Like you've got the left brain, would be masculine mind, and the right brain would be feminine mind. Everybody has in themselves a representation of a masculine and a feminine, or an intellectual and an intuitive perspective within yourself. So this book is opening up to like a broader perspective. And as I was reading it, I realized that old philosophy informed Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. It's something that has a binding feature that has the potential to bind all 3 dominant Western religions if we just get off our high horses in the literalism in business. Religions all began mystical by mystical seers and prophets, and they're meant to be understood mystical. And when we do, there's this Hermetic tradition here for us in the West, and we don't need to be fighting between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. We have a common thing here that has potential for peace if people pay attention. So that's
I agree. And a lot of the problem, it seems like, hearing the feedback from folks is it's not very intuitive because, like you say, we have the up down, the subject object split, and we deal with that every day, and it gives us meaning, purpose, something to fight for, something to challenge us, something to refine us, so to speak. Our entire evolution comes out of this sort of dual relationship with the world that we have, always bumping into objects and having to adjust our path, accordingly. But at the same time, we know that that's sort of illusory under certain perspectives, that under a greater perspective, everything, reality is just a monism. It's just one thing, it's always singular. If we talk about the real truth, we're talking about the singular thing. And so that kind of, language, our language is so embedded into this dualism that it's sometimes hard to make sense of it all for people just being introduced to these concepts. So how do you usually get over that that challenge of trying to make the unintuitive understandable for most people?
What I'm trying to do with, like, me putting out these new courses and stuff is I'm trying to make what seems unintuitive or counterintuitive intuitive by a change of perspective. And it's what you talked on there, that the perspective of understanding that there's two ways of looking at things in terms of what's true and what isn't. In Hermetic tradition, we say that all truths are but half truths. Well, all but the first one, the first truth of all mind, is all true. That you've got, like you said, when you're down to the level of the one, that's what's true. That's what's all true. The one, once it's fragmented into parts, is only partially true then. And the parts have to come together to form truth. I try to explain it this way. And so our experience is polarized and dualistic. And some people say it's not real. Well, again, that's a figure of speech. It's not real in the sense that it isn't fundamentally real. But it is perceptually real. And
Perceptually, yeah. And this kind of gets into mysticism. This is where this is where a lot of mystics sort of have a lot to say about what you just described. And Sophia, what would you say about that? I'm interested to think, what would a mystical point of view of what he just said, like this dualism that's an appearance, is it real? Is it an illusion? How do we make sense of that?
She's stuck on that screen.
I think so. Can you hear me, Sophia?
It looks like it froze.
Yeah, it's kind of lagging.
Loading up.
Nope. Yeah. I don't know. Yep.
Well,
add her back to the stage. Hey, Sophia, can you hear us okay?
Okay.
Nope. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, no. All right. Yeah, I wanted to get her input on that from a mystic point of view. Maybe she can reboot and come back in. But go ahead. What's your point of view? How do you deal with that dualism subject object problem?
Well, I handle it according. I like Bernardo Kastrup's model, and I like the way he handles it. So I just kind of use that mostly. Everything is subjective, including what seems objective. It's like the objective. In Hermetics, we have as within, so without. That's another second principle. It's that what looks to be external is just, it's all, from a physicalist point of view, it's in your brain. Like your brain's constructing in here what all that stuff out there looks like. That's one way. But it's also like that for the idealist. It's just that we're thinking that everything is entirely mental. What's out there is mental as well as what's inside. And that what's out there that looks like the material universe is just basically thought forms and mind at large. The quantum, the unified quantum field as aware and experiential is having its own experiences. When we see things like what looks like a dynamic universe of motion and movement lots going on, the way he says it. It's what's going on are the mental movements and the mental motions within this omnipresent ether medium type thing that's the unified quantum field. And it looks to us as the world of experience, you know, everything in the world that moves and has energy. And then it's self-interactive. It's self-interactive. It's the one has fragmented its perspective into many, and then it's interacting with itself. And if this wasn't so, nothing would be going on. It would be the most boring reality ever. There would literally be no motion, no sense of motion. Like you said, we have this sense of things to do and life, and people retract from that for spiritual reasons at times. But once you catch it like this and you get straight what's fundamentally true and what's not fundamentally true, but true according to experience, well, then you can come back at life and rejoin and go ahead and go about life the way you were before you went on the spiritual journey. It's just now you have a depth of perspective that you didn't have previous. It's still the same life. It's still dualistic. It's still polarized. There's still conflicts in life. There's still joy and pain in life. It's just that the difference is that you have a depth of perspective now that had been lacking prior to the spiritual journey. And that's
right.
All the way back again from like a hero's journey with your personal self.
Yeah, and epistemically, it seems to be very consistent with first principles. Like, I think, therefore I am. It's like the first thing that it's the first thing you build upon. So you're not introducing any sort of abstraction from an inference into the explanation. It's rather you're building on a first principle, a primary fundamental axiom, which is existence. And it's not even an assumption in the same way an axiom would be, because we don't assume we exist. We know we exist.
Yeah, and that's the only thing we know. Everything else is speculation, nearly. I mean, everything else is some kind of an assumption, aside from, like you said, experience. What he says, I think, therefore I am, and I corrected that. Even I've like, you do meditation and you go beyond thought, right? So it's more than that. I experience.
It's awareness, right? The awareness. I did a video not long ago on like the hierarchy of how this whole consciousness system works, and it seems like before you can really talk about I went riding on my new car yesterday. Well, before you can have that memory, you have had to have that experience first before you can even put it into words what describes that experience. You have to have the experience to describe. And so the experience is really at the very bottom of everything,
Of the I am, let's say, right?
Yeah.
I experience, therefore I am. And I am is the case of a constant flow of becoming. And that's like the Tao. There's a sustaining feature that sustains the I am, which is the flow of becoming. A lot of people don't know this, but the Paleo Hebrew tetragrammaton isn't I am that I am. It's I will be what I will be. And it indicates God as becoming. Later, during the Hellenistic period, it became I am that I am. So there's God is becoming, and then God being. It came in like two phases. In the earliest, during the Hellenistic period.
Sophia, turn your audio tab off.
I don't know what's happening with hers.
Yeah, it's just feedback at that point.
Well, so yeah, that's the number one point of idealism, and that's also the first principle of Hermeticism, of Hermetic philosophy. So they all have that running together, and then work it out to where they just correspond all the way through the seven principles, and I can translate idealism to Hermeticism easy. And the reason, you know how we have like different kinds of idealism, like subjective, objective, this, that, absolute. Well, I just threw in Hermetic as a way of doing a Western mystical idealism. That's what I mean by it. So it's open to experience. It's open to mysticism. but it's also intellectual and interact, because a lot of these mystics won't engage the intellectuals in philosophy and science. This is meant to be mystical and also engaged for sake of this integration of science and spirituality that I'm some 23 years, the rabbit hole.
Sophia, did you have anything to say on that from a mystical point of view? Anything you could catch so far?
No, because my has been working and I have
Yeah, it's been in and out.
you guys very well.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I have
Am
a
I
question.
better now though?
Yeah, you seem to be a lot better now. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Yep. So you were an atheist, so I'm wondering, where does that leave you now? Are you more leaning towards the existence of some kind of God, or what is your belief on the big G word?
Well, my belief is that God is a symbol for existence. That God. So for me, when somebody says God, I associate that to existence itself as a consciousness, as a living, conscious intelligence that is the source, sustaining power and ground of all being.
Mm-hmm.
It's omnipresent. It's panentheistic. I'm a panentheistic philosopher. Now, because of this, I believe that consciousness is transcendent and immanent, and that God is consciousness. So for me, God is just a word that means eternal consciousness. So
Mm-hmm.
in my mind, there's no debate. The debate is the hard problem. To say there isn't consciousness is the hard. To say there's no God is the same hard problem. Because that's the logic that I have in my mind.
Now, the properties of God, would you say that the God is personal, answers prayers, intervenes in human history, things of that nature?
It's impersonal in a Brahmanic way, through this panentheistic view. It's more like Brahman than the way we have done it here in the West. But the way we do it here in the West, that's dualistic, where God is separate from the universe and separate from the world and separate from people. I don't subscribe to, and I regard that as an afterthought that digressed the original mystical insight, which was of unity and panentheism. As far as I'm concerned, the message of Jesus was a panentheistic message, a mystical, and that people have misrepresented it through dualism. So I don't even really play in the playground of dualism.
Do you think? Do you think the original Jesus was more of a Gnostic?
Yes, hands down. To write a penitent person, hands down, would be a mystical, Gnostic, Neoplatonic, and Hermetic influence person.
What do you think, Sophia?
I agree with everything that he's.
Yeah. Because even the writings of Paul, he was able to appeal to the Gentiles, the Greeks so well, and I think because he would oftentimes quote pantheistic, poetry writers, poets, and he appealed to them in some kind of way, that must have been sort of Gnostic in its teaching, and so I suspect that was the case, that he was a Gnostic.
I believe
just
that.
Look at some things that Jesus said, like the kingdom is within, things like that. Like what did he mean with that?
A lot of people, I've done some pretty heavy research of St. Paul's writings, the authentic Pauline epistles, in all of this textual criticism I've gotten into. When you go and take everything that's a known interpolation out of St. Paul and you get all of the non-authentic Pauline epistles set aside, you're looking at a straight Gnostic that was later watered down by Orthodox thinkers over time who interpolated and pseudo Paul and all that other stuff.
That's right. Hey, Orlando. Welcome
to
the show.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, he's disappeared.
Hey, Ellen, can't see you, but
how's it going, Stephen? How's it going, Sophia? All good, yeah? Yeah, so how much have I missed? You guys were talking about God?
Yeah, we were talking about the first principle and how that relates to mind at large and core subjectivity and idealism.
And
then he was asking how I believe in God and Jesus today, and I was explaining my views now, which you know.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. You take more of a Campbellian approach in it when it comes to biblical verses and Jesus. And I think, Sophia, you're also into Carl Jung and
Yeah.
archetypes, I think. Yeah. And
Yeah.
Yes, and I used to be biblical versus, I mean, biblical literalism versus allegorical interpret. God, my German's fucking
yeah,
y'all.
break it up a little bit,
I've
but
been speaking.
I think we got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been switching between languages, and it's making it hard to
Yeah.
speak. But anyway, I've always figured that the Bible didn't make any sense if you read it, as is.
Yeah.
And I started realizing a lot of it is just allegorical. So I got real into, interpreting the allegorical meaning.
Yeah. Oh, breaking up a little bit there. Yeah.
Damn it.
I was going to say, you guys started talking about God, and it's funny that you guys mentioned how it relates to consciousness, because I was just talking to a guy online about why consciousness is deserving of the God label. And to me, I mean, I tend to say that in relation to certain conceptions of God by certain religions, I'm an atheist about them, or an agnostic atheist, and because I think that's the only defensible position that you can have in regards to certain ideas about what God is.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is anything that's deserving of the God label, that would be consciousness, because if we're going to define God as a being that's omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, in the idealistic context, I would say that source consciousness creates all reality, right? Nothing can be said to exist without consciousness.
Yeah.
So it's the creator. That's number one. Number two, is it conscious? Well, it's consciousness itself. Its existence is undeniable. You can affirm its existence, right? It's a brute fact of reality. It's the essence of reality, right? Is it omniscient? Well, we can think of the mind at large as being omniscient, because in order for things to exist, it has to know them. Knowing is being, and consciousness is a knowing. And I'm not talking about knowledge of this and that. I'm not talking about intellectual knowledge. I'm talking about knowing as in being aware of things, as in consciousness being formless and containing or creating the appearance of forms. And right there, we can begin to construct a kind of apophatic theism. We can say that God isn't the forms are in God, and God can adopt those forms. God can become anything by just knowing, and that would be consciousness. And also, I would say that human beings, given enough time, they would eventually become omniscient. And if our memories were perfect, say if we could somehow make sure that our brains don't fail us, and say we manage to become like everyone manages to become like one of those rare people that remembers everything, right? And I'm not talking about just about autistic people, I'm talking about they've got a certain name that they remember literally everything. You can give them a date in the past, and they will tell you exactly what happened, right?
Synesthesia people tend to know numbers and events,
So we
perfectly.
could manipulate. Yeah, we could manipulate our brains and and by manipulating our brains, we could,
Now,
we could improve our minds.
now
Because the
that
mind,
sounds
the brain.
that sounds a
Yeah.
lot like the transhumanist movement.
Or you're carrying music.
Yeah, my cat's crawling on the keyboard over there trying to play keyboard again.
I would say, Scott, right? I would say I wouldn't necessarily advocate for transhumanism, right?
Mhm.
Because I do think that in the end we will become omniscient or close to being omniscient. We will have certain revelations, even if we end up losing them again. If we end up reincarnating and forgetting everything, all that divine knowledge. But I would say that we don't necessarily have to become, go down the transhumanist route. And in fact, it might be dangerous for human beings to pursue that because of the way we are. Maybe we're not mature enough. That's what I mean. But I do think that my point is that given enough time, if human beings could live forever, because they've got that potential to know anything they can come across. If they travel the universe, imagine we never die. We manage to preserve our bodies, and our bodies will live on indefinitely. And they would only come to an end with the maybe the cold death of this universe.
Mhm.
But let's say if we could live an eternity as human beings, we could potentially become omniscient. So I would say that consciousness, at least human consciousness, has the potential to become omniscient. And if we are a kind of finite derivative of a mind at large, I would say that mind at large is infinite, is omniscient, and right there you begin to have a perfect definition of God.
Well, that
And you don't have
desire,
to subscribe to any religion.
yeah, and that desire, speaking of religion, that desire, that description, that goal, all sort of has a commonality in all your world religions, and even with like this modern religion, transhumanism, where everyone's looking and for a way to preserve the life of the individual to live on and on as long as possible, the survival um imperative that we all have that survival imperative, number one. And it seems to be reflective in all these sort of beliefs. Now some beliefs, like I don't know, I've spoken to some Buddhists who feel that death is an inviting thing, that it's something that we unattach from that longing to live forever, for the ego to persist, but we look forward to detaching from this life, so that the next life can emerge. And so maybe somebody could take a more holistic view and say, well, with this life, with the life and the death, is just sort of nature. This is what nature does. It comes into being, it dies, it gives room for the next, and it passes on that information in the form of verbal information, in the form of your DNA, all the things that you've learned, through suffering in this world. You pass all that knowledge on, and creates like a better. There's always a story like that. There's always some.
I
Like
mean, but that's because we see, and then we like, if it was an entropy, for example, if consciousness found a way to, persistent, remain in our human vessels through some kind of biological evolution, who say that it couldn't happen?
Right, of course. And are you guys familiar? I think I brought this up with Arlindo last week. Have you guys heard of the quantum suicide thought experiment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we had talked about
I
it,
didn't.
but okay. So basically, it kind of goes like this. This is to prove that idealism, consciousness, has no choice but to live on forever and evolve forever. Okay. But the thought experiment goes like this, you know, you get inside, like, you know, we've all heard of Schrodinger's cat, like the cat that's both alive and dead until you observe it.
Yeah.
Well, suppose you get into that box where Schrodinger's cat was, and you're in the box and you have a button, you push the button, and the quantum probability is you're either dead or you're alive. And so you're kind of playing Russian roulette with quantum mechanics, right? So you're in the box, you push the button, and you're still alive. And you're like, well, okay, I just got lucky this time, but let me go ahead and press the button again. Boom, you hit it again, you're still alive. Like, well, what's wrong? Is this machine broken or what's going on? You keep pushing the button, and every time you're alive. And it's, why is that? Why does quantum mechanics favor that you're always going to be alive in that situation? And the answer is because all consciousness knows is experience. There's no thing as not experiencing.
Yeah.
So there's only one probable way that consciousness has to go, and that's what experience does. It experiences. So you're always going to be in some life form, one way or the other, just based on that, because that's what experience is. It has no other route to take, you know, by definition. So that may be sort of in line with what Arlindo was saying. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the strength of experiential realism, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's experiential.
It's experiential realism, and it's a concept of quantum immortality, which Max Tegmark talks about in Our Mathematical Universe. So you always have to be in a universe in which you are alive, in which your body is functioning properly, and yeah, he also describes a game of Russian roulette, where, you know, you keep pulling the trigger and there's a 50% chance that it's gonna go off, and 50% chance that it won't. And every time you pull the trigger, you just keep hearing the click, you know, with the gun. You never not hear the clicking, basically. And the clicking lets you know that you're still alive, and it will carry on clicking, because you can't be in a universe. It wouldn't make no sense to be in a universe where you're dead. How can you experience being dead in the literal sense and not listening to the click? It just doesn't make sense. But of course, that idea, it goes on the assumption that we always return to this headset, as Donald Hoffman would say. You know, it goes on the assumption that we always return to this universe.
I have a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I won't quit. Something in between. So, you know, I used to have really bad anxiety, had PTSD, causing me to faint. 1 minute I'm there, the next minute lights out. Experienced zero consciousness symptoms, like many, I can't even count it. So the question is, you know, that's what I struggle with. When you die, gonna be it's out and absolute nothing, or is the experience gonna continue? Consciousness continue, but I won't continue as me, as Sophia, and I've heard other people say, well, that's different, you know, just unconscious, and you is not necessarily the same thing. People may experience complete unconsciousness, which the way it feels, who's never fainted, it just nothing, black darkness, nothing. And so I just wonder, is that the same thing that's gonna happen when you die, or is that just you faint? Like, I just wonder about that.
Yeah,
it's
chopping a
funny.
little in and out.
Yeah, it's a bit choppy, but it's funny that people imagine that death is some kind of darkness, because to me that's also some kind of experience. You know, it's like, you know, there are different types of blindness. Some people see darkness, and other people don't see anything at all. You know, they're completely blind, not even darkness, which is really hard to imagine, but they're still conscious.
But that's what I was saying. Can y'all? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can
Still
hear
like
you.
breaking up
That's
really
right.
bad. That's like
Oh.
it was nothingness. When I came to you, it was like there was a gap in my consciousness that was completely missing in my experience. There was
I
just
had that-
absolutely nothing. You know?
Yep.
when I near
And so
drowned, it was like I had a gap from when I
yeah,
lost
like
my to when I woke up at the surface and opened my eyes and my lungs had water. There was a missing time there, you know.
yeah, completely
Yeah.
missing like not
Yeah.
But
something.
I think
And,
I had awareness the whole time though. I don't, you know, reflecting back on it, I was aware somehow still, just not aware of thoughts and like thinking and memory.
Mm.
and different with me, like I used to faint. The only thing I would remember is complete darkness, like the now and then nothingness. And then when I would come back, that's the last thing I would remember. Anything else.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's tricky because how can you verify unconsciousness? Because something could have happened, some conscious experience could have taken place, and
Yeah.
now in the present time you just don't remember it. From your perspective, there is always a continuity of awareness, even if the scenes that you experience, you know, from one moment to the next are just disjointed, and that can happen in dreams. You know, one minute you're doing something, the next minute you could be elsewhere or talking to someone else, and if you're not lucid, it just it seems to make sense. It's almost like we can become absolutely anything, even irrational, um, in relation to waking life. You know, in dreams, we can act in irrational ways and perceive illogical things, you know, in
Right, but
relation
with
to waking life.
dreams,
Yeah. And it's not until
yeah,
you wake up
but
that you look
even
back.
like, but even with dreams, like you know, I'm sure you had like a really deep sleep, can't really remember anything, but there's this very slight level of awareness over, even if it's just like you had or something, you know, you completely not know that you were asleep and dreaming. There's always
Yeah.
like this very subtle feeling of awareness left. But when you faint, it's just like there's nothing at all. And
Mm-hmm.
that just
Right.
bugs me every time I think about it.
I think I don't know if you remember, Stephen. I think Kastrup spoke about experiments where they've woken up people in delta sleep, and if you don't wake them up, usually people don't remember anything. There's absolutely nothing. You know, when you look back, I don't remember any dreams. You know, if you wake them up just after delta sleep,
Yeah.
people don't remember anything. But if you wake them up during delta sleep, they usually feel like they were experiencing something, even if it's just a stream of thinking. And sometimes they even report visual experiences. Um, and Castro points at those experiments to say that even in delta sleep, consciousness is present. You know, it's not nothing. And I think the issues
So
are
you
more to do with memory than anything else in hindsight.
okay, so you don't think that consciousness at all be interrupted because the anesthesia the exact same way if anyone has ever
They have
gone under the knife or something.
Mm-hmm.
I would absolutely,
there.
I would absolutely um, contend that consciousness is never interrupted, even if in hindsight consciousness feels like there's been some kind of gap, um, because you know it might produce a gap or conceive of a gap in terms of abstraction, because it you know we normally tend to try to explain things in terms of um, from one moment to the next, those things making sense, being connected, you know, like they have to somehow connect. You know, there has to be some logical conjunction there. But if you are engrossed in a particular experience, say you're awake and talking to someone and suddenly you faint. Okay, it's not anesthesia, but say suddenly you faint and then you wake up. And you think you just fainted 1 minute and then you woke up the next. And someone might say to you, well, actually, you've been out for longer than that. You've been out for half an hour. From your perspective, it's almost continuous. It's literally continuous, right? It's just there's only an interruption in what you were perceiving in terms of the waking world. There's an interruption of, say, the conversation you were having with that person, and then all of a sudden you're waking up, you know, and people are looking at you and making sure that you're okay. You know, there's a radically different scene from one moment to the next, but there's still a continuity of consciousness. And but from the perspective of other people, they will look at your body and think, right, that person was unconscious for the duration of half an hour. You know, there just wasn't anything there. But the thing is from their perspective, not from your perspective. And this is almost redolent of relativity. You know, how we can perceive time differently, how you know, when we go near a black hole, and you know, it seems like time is flowing normally, but it's not relative to everyone else on Earth. Yeah,
right. You were going to say something too, Stephen.
Course on the core subjectivity, it's continuity. It's always there. It's like, so if the unified quantum field is the core of all subjective experience, whether we're passed out or not, it's on. You know, it's online, eternally online. That this baseline subjectivity that never goes offline, and what we see is going offline is our metaconscious mind. You know, like, it seems like an interruption.
So what do you mean?
Experience.
What do you mean with the metaconscious mind? Can you explain a bit more?
I've near drowned, and I've hit my head hard and been knocked out and stuff, like playing hide and go seek in the dark as kids. I clipped a doorway really hard, running fast. We used to play this game, all the lights off, pitch black, and play hide and seek. And you'd have to get to base. I misjudged a doorway, and I remember like a bright light. I remember the bright light. I remember being I went to the ground. I wasn't feeling pain. I could hear voices at times of people like, is he okay and stuff, but I couldn't function. I couldn't respond to any of it. It's like I was in sleep, or I was like in a paralysis or something on the ground. So I in that case, I did have
I had that too, sleep paralysis, like freaking night.
But there's this baseline subjectivity, what it's like to be the unified quantum field. There's something that it's like to be the field. I'm thinking that, you know, as people are living, dying, out of body, near death, you know, there's all these layers of experience within this baseline, which is experience itself. Yeah. And when we seem to come and go from certain experiences, the baseline's always underneath that, you know, it's as a constant. The baseline's always a constant. So, and these others.
I wonder. I just had an epiphany. I'm sorry. I'm weird like that. But I wonder, you know, okay, so when I fainted of PTSD, which is fear, I wonder if consciousness can actually associate to where it seems like you're not experiencing anything because you've dissociated.
I think there are some gaps there.
Yeah. Yeah, you're cutting in and out a little bit. Say it again.
Out,
Sorry, can y'all hear me now? Oh my God, let me take my camera off. Shit. How do I do that, Scott? I've been gone too long.
I know.
Yeah, there was some gaps in the question.
Okay. Okay, any better now?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
All righty.
I can
so
hear.
I had an epiphany while you.
Well,
y'all can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
I had an while Stephen was talking, and I'm wondering if consciousness itself has the ability to dissociate. Because like in my case, I had PTSD, which is anxiety, which is fear, right? And someone, what if you choose to dissociate out of fear of the experience, and so you kind of blank it out, right? So could consciousness itself be that at times, which it's like there's an interrupt? What if it's like a very seated detail of the experience itself?
That kind of goes into memory, like, studies on where memory goes. Like some people that have Alzheimer's for years before they die, they have this this all of a sudden they're very lucid. It's like all the
terminal
memories
lucidity.
just came back. Yeah, they came back all of a sudden. Like, where were they? They were somewhere, so they didn't just dissipate. They were somewhere. These experiences were housed in a way somewhere.
In the
Yeah,
Right.
you know?
yeah, and
Hard.
PTSD. When you have PTSD or any type of traumatic experience, and sometimes you want to protect yourself, and you don't want to remember certain events because they come laced with emotional trauma. There's definitely dissociation going on, and Castro talks about
Right.
dissociations in nature. So I think the concept of unconsciousness is on very shaky grounds when we have evidence that there are types of dissociations and dissociations within dissociations, and because we have a very narrow focus and we have to be selective as human beings as to how we go about our business in this life. So I think dissociations can manipulate memory, and it's a bit like waking up, and we sometimes don't remember our dreams, and we go about our business because we have things to focus on during the day, and we might even say to people, I don't remember dreaming last night. Well, I didn't dream, really. I don't usually dream. But then as you go about your business, something happens during the day which might trigger a memory of something that took place in your sleep, some kind of experience. And right there, we have evidence that we can't rely on the concept of unconsciousness. We can't definitively say that we were definitely unconscious at any one point in time. We can only say that we don't remember. And because we might think that we never experienced anything, only to be proved wrong later on by something that will jog our memory,
Right.
and then we reintegrate those past experiences
Right.
with the present
And
awareness.
right. I'm and I agree with you. It's interested. It's just that it's complete disconnect the present reality.
It's a bit choppy again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still not coming through, guys.
No, it's choppy.
Yeah.
God.
And Stephen, you mentioned NDEs.
Yeah.
And people used to say only about 15 or 20% of people remembered NDEs, and it turned out to be more because so many people were reluctant to talk about these experiences at the time, and some of them are only coming out now and saying that they in fact had near-death experiences when they were out. But there are still people who say that they don't remember anything. And I think they can only say that they don't remember. And I think what's going on is it's plausible that they had some kind of mystical experience when they were having a heart attack, or, when they were nearly dying. But they just don't remember when they come back for some reason, maybe to do with how their brains are filtering information, maybe to do with, you know, it could be the fact that they are so focused on other things which pertain to their lives on Earth. Because we have to take into account reports where people said, where people who actually remembered NDEs have said, we were privy to a wider reality. We were privy to so much more information, but we can't quite remember everything. You know, there are cases where people feel like all that information didn't fit in their tiny brains. So it's almost like the information from the beyond had to be filtered again back into the brain, and only some of it was allowed to be recalled and expressed. And they still have a sense that there's a lot more that they were exposed to, which they can't recall. You know, that experience of, I know that I know, but I can't remember. I don't know what I know. You know, it's it's evidence of a type of dissociation from those mystical experiences, and it also depends on what type of brain damage you suffer, or what type of accident you've had, or what type of person you are. You know, maybe your dissociative barrier is more porous than other individuals, and vice versa. You know, there's a lot going on there. It's very nuanced, I think. What do you think, Stephen? I think that's what's going on anyway.
For the reasons you're speaking to, I don't really use unconscious anymore. I say subconscious where you would use unconscious, because I feel like there is always some subconscious level of activity going on regardless as a baseline. And it's unconscious. You might be unmetaconscious, you know, but I don't think phenomenal conscious. You know what I mean?
It's like Jung's collective unconscious. To me, that collective unconscious is only unconscious, largely unconscious to us human beings, but really, it's a conscious reality. It's the mind at large, really.
It's specific. It's very specific. You're unconscious of something in particular, which we could refine back to metaconscious experience. What we're unconscious of there. Now, you're subconscious of the human conscious collective. So it's more of a subconscious collective than an unconscious. It's unconscious only technically because of you're unmetaconscious of it. But fundamentally, you are conscious of it. That's why
is that last level of awareness?
It allows for it, I guess, you know?
Yeah. And I think what's going on is that we become less when we become finite creatures, when we become human beings, and then our brains get damaged. And because we are identifying with being a human being, we might experience deficits in awareness and consciousness. You know, we may suffer Alzheimer's, but once we are approaching death, the end of human ego, we have evidence that we are about to become much more, with, you know, instances of terminal lucidity. And you also have cases of savant syndrome in autistic individuals and brain damaged people. And it goes against the physicalist paradigm, because if your brain is fractured, if those connections are fractured in some way, you should become less, not more. You shouldn't be able to get insights into mathematics and artistic insights to the level of a genius, you know, and in the materialistic paradigm, casinos shouldn't worry about people with savant syndrome. Right. They shouldn't be worried about autistic individuals, but they're scared of them because
terrified.
Well, actually, physicalism cannot explain even just a normal, everyday, mundane experience, much less these extra, ordinary sort of experiences, like, and we know that, things like, synchronicity, those sort of examples in history really fly in the face of materialism and physicalism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's definitely something going on there, man, because one of my strongest synchronicities was, I discussed it with Stephen. It was so many things into one, and it was a synchronicity to do with near-death experiences, because we were watching an NDE on Coming Home, the Coming Home channel, me and my wife, and the NDE reminded me of the movie A Perfect Storm, which is
Mm-hmm.
based on a book of the same name written by Sebastian Junger. And the guy was a coast guard. He was at sea. He nearly died, practically drowned, and they had to revive him. They found his body after a few hours, and he was floating in the water. Once the storm went away, miraculously he was still there, and they managed to revive him. And he had an experience with his deceased granddad, who was his spirit guide and was showing him around, and he was privy to a wider reality. He had so many insights, and then he managed to fly over the ocean and then observe his body being rescued. And I was saying to my wife at the time, this NDE reminds me of A Perfect Storm. And as I was saying this, I get a notification on my phone for an episode of the Making Sense podcast, where
Mm-hmm.
Sam Harris was interviewing Sebastian Junger, the author
Mm-hmm.
of A Perfect Storm. And the interview was about NDEs, because Sebastian Junger himself experienced an NDE. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, what the hell? I even said to my wife, this is unbelievable. This is beyond
That was
just
a
a mere
strong one.
coincidence. Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
strong one. It took
Mhm.
me back. It was a definitely a super meaningful coincidence, which is the very definition of synchronicity as Carl Jung defined it. It was, and I had that sensation that the universe was speaking to me.
Absolutely.
Almost like
Insane.
direct evidence of pantheism. I even got the sensation that the universe was like God speaking to me in so many different ways, and in different voices as well. So like when you told me about your experience, Stephen, of the black void, and when one of your mates passed away as well, he drowned, didn't he? I think it was around that time, and we were talking about what could have happened, and then we discussed your void experience, and I was thinking, what would have happened to Stephen if he had persisted in that state, and you hadn't been rescued? Say they couldn't revive you, and then suddenly the song by Phil Collins came on my Spotify. That song, I'm gonna dance into the light, or something like that. Da, 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 da. And then it started singing, "We are one voice, one mind," and it's like, what the hell? It's like the universe, like God is speaking to me through the voice of Phil Collins. It's like so many voices. God can have so many voices. And when I talk about God, I don't mean God in the personal sense, how people tend to define it, how literalist Christians tend to define it, as separate from us. I mean something like something around us and in us, and it speaks to us directly, and it has so much meaning. I'm talking about a kind of deity that most people can't even imagine. Even we have an inkling, because we are attuned to these experiences, and when we talk about idealism, and we're trying to figure out the nature, the metaphysical ontology of reality, and we have an inkling, but even us, I think, can't quite comprehend what that deity is like, but it's us. And I think if we shuffle off our mortal coil and we achieve a state of ego death, we become that deity, and then we understand. It's like Castro was saying, oh, it was this all along. You get that
Aha moment.
it's
Yeah.
not an epiphany, aha moment. Yeah. It's almost like suddenly you become lucid to what's really going on, to reality itself, and you realize that you are God. You've been God all along.
And in
And
small ways,
yeah,
you can actually achieve that understanding. Just, I always say that we don't have to really struggle so hard to go out and look for, meaning, purpose, hope, who we are, the ontology of the world. You can it's like right there. All you have to do is really think about the fact that, just reflect when you're thinking. It's all about what you focus on. If you think about your thinking and you just realize, hey, I'm thinking, words are coming in and out of my mind right now, and just start observing, then you have a small realization right then and there that you don't have to identify with your thoughts. You don't have to identify with that narrative, that you sort of transcend that sort of localized version that you've created of yourself, and you get in touch with a deeper, more bigger, expansive, higher self. Just in that
yeah,
little way, like those little moments of, even if you're going through a really hard time, sometimes you can do that. Like, I've had, been in a really bad mood and then just stop and just kind of look at it from another point of view, you know, and it
yeah,
sort of calms you down. It sort of dissolves the problem away, but it also gives you an awareness. And that's part of the process of it dissolving away, is you become aware that, hey, I'm not identified as this suffering or this anger or this stress. I can actually observe it from another perspective. Like, I don't have to be in it, you know, all
yeah.
the way. And it can help. And those are the
But
sort.
isn't that,
Yeah.
wouldn't that also be like a form of association though?
Yeah, it's kind of like a form of disassociation, but you can associate it at least long enough to observe it, before you recombine with it, because that's our normal egocentric nature, is to be that, that human, that's trying to make it in the world from one second to the next. But if we can, like, pause for at some times, just become aware of that person, you don't have to identify, and kind of disassociate a little bit. It can help, you know what I mean? It can give, if you do that enough, it's sort of like the power of meditation.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Christopher Hitchens versus John Lennox?
I
You
don't.
know,
I
a
think I did a
debate
long time
about,
ago.
yeah. And in their closing remarks, I mean, obviously Christopher Hitchens was arguing against religion, but
Hmm.
he did acknowledge the reality of the numinous to John Lennox. It was a very cordial debate, and both respected each other, right? And in his closing remark, John Lennox, he acknowledged Christopher Hitchens as a worthy opponent, but he said, you know, people tend to say that, it was something along these lines. People tend to say that if you believe in the supernatural and if you believe in an afterlife, that you're only seeking comfort, a comfort blanket, right? And that's what Freud, he goes, that's what Freud would say, would have you believe. But by the same token, Freud could also argue, by his own logic, could also argue that materialism also invokes a kind of comfort blanket, because, at death, you're free of absolutely everything and you don't have to answer for any crimes, any infractions, and you don't have to worry about anything that you um, might feel guilty of. And you don't have to worry about repenting to any god, because at death you're absolutely free of everything There's a kind
Mhm.
of certainty and comfort that comes with it. And I found that quite powerful. And he even said it's something that we didn't manage to discuss during this debate. But yeah, and for the first time I noticed when I rewatched the that debate that Christopher Hitchens tended to portray God a certain way so he could attack it, you know,
Mhm.
and he was making many assumptions about what God must be like because of what we observe around us. And I kept getting the sense that John Lennox was trying to paint a picture of a different kind of God, a kind of God that just allows everything to be because that's its nature, you know, a kind of God where we can derive lessons from anything that can happen in this reality, you know.
Yeah,
And I found that, yeah,
I've never with Christopher
I
Hitchens.
just,
Like,
I
he's a,
just, I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say Christopher Hitchens never really impressed me as a great philosopher. Just a good orator. He put on a good show. Like he spoke very eloquently, and he could make really good, neat little quips and stuff. And for that, he was a genius. But as a philosopher, he never really made too much sense to me, though. But go ahead, Sophia. Sorry.
Yeah, that's if I'm in the room. God.
It's just cutting in and out.
yeah. I'm gonna buy her a SIM card.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that. Was it a joke? Was it a joke? What was his name
Al
again?
Harding. Al
Al.
Harding.
Al. Yeah. Al said
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the topic of God, I kind of sort of tread lightly there out of humility because, for one thing, I like to really talk about things that I know about, like things that I can argue for. And, I understand that depending on how one would interpret, their gods or whatever, it could be really problematic to try to, I'd have to bend myself into pretzels to make it work, perhaps, like, we've gone over this show so many times, like, the problems of the Abrahamic God and, some of the writings of the New Testament, especially, can be really, you can sort of interpret it in a very Gnostic sort of way. You can look at a lot of these things as very analogous, and you can do that. But there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that's pretty clearly, it's hard to really talk your way out of seeing it a certain kind of way, like just allowing slavery or
Yeah,
um,
just let it go the whole time.
if a woman bleeds on her marriage blanket, then she deserves to be stoned to death. You know, all kinds of these sort of issues, and even some of the things that people quote Jesus as saying versus other things that Jesus said. There's all kinds of ways that you can argue for and against stuff like that, and it just opens up a lot of questions and, for me, a lot of problems. I've had a really big Christian experience coming up, and it just got to the point where I was really sort of convinced that Christianity really just had no coherence with it. If you
I
were
was
to
going to
take it a
ask you,
certain
right?
way. Hmm.
That type of Christianity too. It's like it's certain type. To the answer of earlier, where am I at now? I count myself as something of a hermetic Christian, a
Yeah.
mystical Christian. The Rosicrucians are hermetic Christians. The Knights Templar are hermetic Christians. They are Christian in their own way, but they take it in a mystical direction and not a dogmatic religious direction. I'm that now because I didn't become a Hindu and I didn't become a Buddhist or Taoist. Some Westerners choose that path. I chose that path just for sake of research, but I didn't feel at home in foreign cultures. That's what it came down to. Now, our culture is this, and it's hermetic, and it's been passed down that way. The Vedic, I regard as these two split off from an older knowledge tradition that we don't have names for anymore. And one went to the west as hermetic, and one went to the east as Vedic. So I don't judge whether somebody's Vedic or they're all mystics, you know. It's one big mystical family, and we all have. They're looking at it favoring the collective more, and we're favoring the individual more. And we need to come together and somehow integrate the individual and the collective as we integrate East and Western mysticism. That's my telos. That's where I feel like I'm driven, is this integration of things and this bringing greater understanding. And I'm doing it as a Hermetic type of mystical Christian nowadays. I'm happy to call myself a mystical Christian. After all these years of atheism and secularism and everything, I'm finally to a point where I can land on that and say, yeah, I am that.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, actually,
I prefer
that
the delivery of the Bible over the Vedic scripture.
Yeah,
you know
based on what Stephen's saying, you know, because Stephen, you consider yourself as a Hermetic Christian. Based on what you're saying, right? I just remembered there's an episode of the Y-Files, which I know you like, Scott, about the Knights Templar, right?
like
and that's right. And basically, they had a different view of the teachings of Christ, and by the church's standards, they would have been considered heretics, because the teachings of Christ were completely different to what they are espousing today. You know, that Christ was saying that, Christ was practically saying that we are all like him. We're all special. We're all the sons of God, and we all have God inside us. You know, we all have that I am that I am. It's something along those lines. And had the church or even the Roman Empire gone along with that from the beginning, they wouldn't have been able to control people.
Yeah.
They had to say to people, they had to spread the message that people are practically sinners. They are practically, it's like they had to say that people are scum and they don't deserve respect until they earn it and until they can prove it. Whereas the teachings of Christ were completely the opposite. Christ was saying, you are all my brothers. You know, I am the Son of God and you are all my brothers. We're all children of God. We're all special. We all have that spark of divinity inside us. So I think the message from Christianity got massively distorted over the centuries, really, for power and control and greed. So we have to be careful when we can throw out the Christianity of today, you know, the literalistic Christianity, but we have to be careful not to throw out the baby with the bathwater, as they say. You know, let's not throw out what's really valuable. You know, there's a kind of when we're dealing with scripture, we have to separate the wheat from the chaff. You know, and we have to follow a kind of axiology. What do we really value as human beings? What's conducive to well-being? You know, what actions can we perform as human beings which will get us to the highest good, you know, which will create some kind of order away from chaos. And I think we can find that in the Bible. There's a lot of wisdom in the Bible, I think. But unfortunately, it's also laced with questionable passages. I mean, what do you think, Stephen? I think over the years, it's been massively edited. Yep.
Yeah, a couple. I mean, he's right too. These were Bronze Age writings, so they're absolutely full of slavery, bigotry, misogyny. These writings are dated, but because they were produced by human beings during the Bronze Age, when human beings were of a much lower level in terms of empathy and understanding. But it's like they were grasping towards the higher ages. You know, this was done in the Dark Ages, and they were grasping towards the idea of higher ages when things would be understood and people would be equal and stuff. They weren't then in the Bronze Age. So he's right that there's a lot of stuff that seems very that should be disregarded from the Bible because of the slavery, the misogyny, the bigotry against other cultures. These should not be carried on. But and I've had arguments like that's me personally arguing apologists on those points. I did not consider myself Christian for a long, long time. I'm only recently doing it now because I understood that Hermetics and mysticism is the real core. And I'm not happy that the whole entire religion has been hijacked. So I'm going to plant my flag in the ground and call myself Hermetic Christian, very on purpose, and hold court for the mystical interpretation, and put myself out there. I'm going to witness Christ in that way.
Yeah. And I understand the whole the value in sort of coming to a non-dualistic understanding or perspective of the world using Christianity as the vehicle, because it's definitely can be argued that Christianity has a lot of Gnostic sort of backgrounds, and that when we look at like the text, like the Gospels, a lot of it was obviously produced by the church, the early church, in order to sort of promote, unity, obedience to authority, to the Roman, government, by making Rome, let more innocent, render unto Caesar what's due Caesar.
Slaves obey your
And sure, and if Jesus was a Jew, if he really was like this Jewish Messiah that came to establish his kingdom, to fulfill the prophecies of Jeremiah and Isaiah and the prophets, then the argument could be made that he would definitely want to promote a spiritual kingdom, a spiritual heaven, because he wasn't going to be the king of the Jews, literally, in Israel. Those Old Testament prophecies were about, a king that would rule over Israel and the earth, and everyone would have to pay their tithes and pay their offerings and sacrifice in the temple. The Levite, in a physical temple to rule forever. That was the understanding back then. And so that's what the Jews expected the Messiah to be. And of course, Jesus couldn't fulfill that because he was just, a carpenter from, Galilee. Yeah. And he probably had like 12, 13 disciples, at the most, and died, a criminal's death. And so, of course, his kingdom's going to be in heaven. It's not going to be here on earth. Of course, the story's going to be more, Gnostic in nature and appeal to more people. And it'd have more meaning, because otherwise he would be just another failed Messiah. He'd be a failure. He'd be ridiculed,
I would say, right, I don't know what you guys are going to think of this. When it comes to Jesus Christ, I don't really care much for who he was, whether he existed or not 2,000 years ago. But I do care about his character, what he stands for, and how he can influence people to do good, right?
Absolutely.
I care about Christ as a savior, as the hero archetype. And I find it so admirable. And I also notice how Hollywood exploits that hero archetype through films like The Matrix, through films like there's one called The Messenger, and the main character, he saves this village from villains, and he's got a beard and he's got a white top, and then he's fighting one of them and they wound him and he's got blood, and when I watched him with the blood on his top and the beard, I thought to myself, and he's so righteous, he's trying to save people, so morally right. I looked at him and I thought, that's Jesus Christ. I got that feeling. And have you guys ever seen Boss Level?
No,
I've not.
If you get the chance, please watch Boss Level. Right? It's a film with Mel Gibson and a film with
Boss level.
What's his name? What's that?
Boss level.
Boss Level. Yeah,
It's
look
like,
it up, right, and watch it,
Yeah.
because you get religious connotations, and the main character is the equivalent of Osiris. You know, Osiris, he practically dies many times and he keeps coming back. And
Mhm.
basically the character dies so many times because he makes so many mistakes. He's a good guy, but he makes so many mistakes. But every time he gets a second chance and he comes back to life, right, because it's a sci-fi, he tries to put right what once went wrong, and he does it, and he does it, and he does it, right, and he comes face to face with the villain, and the villain says something along the lines of, why are you trying so hard, why not just let it go, because I plan to just erase the memory of mankind, and if you erase their memory, you can erase horrible histories like Hitler, for example, where things went wrong. And that way, mankind, this is what the villain tries to sell you. Mankind won't have to remember those horrible things. That's what I'm selling. But then the hero says, yeah, but if you take the memory away from them, if you take the memory of the experience of those turbulent times, you will take away their ability to learn and to avoid it and to prosper, right? So that they come face to face and they clash, and it speaks to his own experience, because if he didn't learn, if he didn't get the chance to learn and come back so many times, then he wouldn't progress, because it takes him a long time. That's why it's called boss level. It takes him a long time and so many mistakes to get to the villain. And when he finally faces the villain, he's faced with a choice. He's faced with a choice. Does he save himself and risk and potentially risking the end of the world and the death of humanity in the process, because there's no guarantee that anyone's going to survive, to have his last few moments with his wife and son? Or does he sacrifice himself? If he sacrifices himself, if he goes inside this machine and sacrifices himself, he can definitely save the world and save his son and his wife, but he won't live to see it. And he makes the choice that any savior, any decent savior would.
Right.
He's a proper hero archetype, and he sacrifices himself to save mankind. And you look at that and you think, that's Christ.
That's
Right
Jesus.
there.
So it's like what you're saying is like the Gospels are another version of the same sort of archetype, the same story of the sacrificial
Osiris.
lamb. Osiris, someone who's
Yes.
saving the greater good through sacrificing the individual. And
That's right.
and yeah, it's definitely an expression of that, and we have
It's a selfless.
so many. Mm-hmm.
It's a selfless act. It's the ultimate selfless act, and it sets the standard for human beings, and it's very hard for a human being to follow that standard, because it's so selfless to the point of, you sacrifice your own life and the good times that you can have with your own family to save everyone. You just give yourself up for the entire world, and that's very hard for a human being to do. It's very hard to follow, but it sets an example, and it lets us know that all of us have that potential in us, that spark of divinity. If you guys get a chance, watch Boss Level. It's easy to remember. You guys have to remember that film after this.
I'll check it out. Definitely
Stephen,
will.
you will love it. Yeah, check it out. Check it out.
Definitely will, man.
The Osirian myth was largely used in the creation of the New Testament.
Oh yeah.
Horus. There was a book when I was talking about the author D.M. Murdoch, the author, and I was on her website staff. One of her final books was Christ in Egypt, the Horus-Jesus connection. Good book to read. It's got a lot. It's a huge book, but it's a good book. There's a lot of good content in there.
What's it called again? Because I want to read it as well.
Christ in Egypt. The Horus
Christ in Egypt.
connection. Yes.
Yeah, because I've heard about Horus. Horus was
Horus.
the sun god, wasn't it? Or the God's son or something like that. And Set
like a
Set
bull.
came out at night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So every time Horus died, Set took over, and then every time Horus was resurrected, Set went down. And that's probably why we use words like sunset and Horus. That's why we use the word horizon, isn't it? Horus risen, Horus risen, horizon. And it's funny how those we use things in nature to indicate, to signify culture, to signify what we believe inside, the forces of good and evil, but they come in the form of allegory. They come in the form of stories about things that, definitely at the time they would have, we assume, little knowledge of. They would have.
Romulus,
We
Julius
think
Caesar.
they did. Yeah, but it's probably more metaphorical. Yeah.
Yeah, they were deified after they died. They were deified in some way.
Yeah.
So it's not the first. Jesus isn't the first example of that. It's just another archetype of the same story.
Yeah. Tailored to the Piscean age. Every age they kind of cue in on savior figures. Well, for the age of Pisces is Jesus. The Virgin.
I heard right that there were about 15 religious denominations prior to Christianity that all had figures like Dionysus, Mithras. They all had figures which had the same birthday, the 25th of December. They had the same story. They were all resurrected, and it's amazing. And it's almost like the same archetype and the same story being told throughout the ages. And that's probably why people say the Bible is the greatest story ever told, because the Bible is a continuation. It is another edition of that story.
People are looking at it the wrong way. What they did was it was largely done in Alexandria and Antioch, between Alexandria and Antioch, by Greek speaking Gentiles and Jews. That's why they're all Greek. There is no Hebrew New Testament. It's all Greek and Latin. So, they created this. I'm gonna have a talk with another guy about the Greek influence and how important that focus is later on the Hermetic Idealism channel. I'll do a little live with this guy who's focused on that. We've been chatting because good stuff is going to come from it. But what we're looking at here is that the end of the last great year, would have been like the BCE CE turning point. We're counting down the last great year and then counting up the ascending, the new cycle. Well, all those savior cults that you mentioned came in the age of Aries, which was the last age of the last great year before we hit the very bottom. And all these different savior cults were popping up. Well, they're metaphorical of that bottom point being like the winter solstice, of the 26,000 year cycle. It's like the winter. That's where we go down, down, down until we don't go any further. We bottom out there at that mark, and then we start to rise again. Now we're over here some 2,000 years on the rising part. Well, in Luke 22:10, when he's telling them, go, he's pointing to there's a man bearing a pitcher of water going into an upper room to the 12 disciples who represent the 12 signs of the zodiac. You will follow into the upper room that he entereth into. It's saying the 12 constellations, you'll follow Aquarius during the next stage into the house of Aquarius. After the last passing over of the sun, the age of Pisces, which Jesus represents, Pisces. So it's directing towards the next age, which hasn't been really developed yet mythologically. It's just foreshadowing what's next to come. We have today to figure out what that's going to be.
I'm going to subscribe to that lesson.
Create the new sacredness. And I think it's be about internal salvation, not external. That's my thinking. For this new Christianity, or this final Reformation, where we put it back to its mystical core, I think the final Reformation, the Protestant Reformation, was just a stepping stone. Beyond that, we're going to have to face this elephant in the room, which is that Jesus was a mystic and Christianity is supposed to be mystical. And by gollies, there's over 100,000 denominations that are literalists and not mystical. That
The
means
real Jesus
all wrong.
Christ.
You know, one of the things that I do is debate with a lot of Christians. Like next weekend, there'll be an evangelist coming on the channel to discuss Christianity. And most of these folks, you know, they go by the, you know, conservative, evangelical, literalism, fundamentalist sort of version of Christianity.
Yeah.
And it's, for me, you know, it's very easy to sort of point out the problems with the literalist interpretations of the Bible, because they're riddled with so many contradictions. Like the very standards that they use to tell us to read the Bible by are the very standards that we can use to dismantle it. And so I will do that, and not because I'm necessarily against anyone being a Christian, but I'm trying to move people to understand that, you know, there's a certain way you can understand the Bible that's more like a comic book, and you're going to run into problems when you use the comic book version of religion. But if you can look deeper and take more of a non-dualistic sort of interpretation, look through it that lens, it can make sense, and you can derive a lot of meaning and purpose from it. And but in the meantime, you have to talk to a lot of these fundamentalists who will tell you that when you engage in that sort of thing, you're doing the devil's work. You know, you're using private interpretation, you're getting your information from demons and private spirits, you know, I've been told. And yeah, you know, and they take that very seriously. And so for them to be convinced that you're not speaking out of the devil, they'll want to see it from their own book. You know, show me in my own book that my literalism is failing. And it's really easy to do, it turns out.
Not that there's only one God. It says God is one there in Psalms. I know how to pull out the Bible and show them in their own book. You know, we'll go dance. We'll waltz through the book of St. John. We will go into all kinds of places. We'll go to Psalm 82. We'll follow the citation back to Psalm 82. We'll go to all these places because it is there. The truth is there in the Bible. What I've learned is that these evangelicals that you're talking about are self-deceived, and they're trying to deceive anybody that would listen to them. That's my position.
Yeah. And they leave themselves vulnerable to criticism from atheists. I mean, I would gladly join Christopher Hitchens against those people, because just to demonstrate how wrong they are.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
they're misrepresenting Christ. They're misrepresenting the Bible. They're misrepresenting human spirituality, for that matter. I come down strong on this a lot. Get me together with an apologist, I will wind up coming down strong. Too strong sometimes. I'll have to pump the brakes. But it's because I'm passionate about it, and I'm sick and tired of having been lied to as a boy. Sick and tired.
And it's harmful. It's a very harmful mentality that's promoted to where it's absolutely opposite of what we may see in the Christian tradition. Like, we'll see a lot of tolerance, a lot of unconditional love, a lot of the messaging totally on its head. Where with these folks, it's more like, you know, who cares about your feelings? Who cares about, what your experience is? You're not valid. You don't have a valid experience. You don't have a valid point of view, because your point of view is the devil. And the only thing that counts is my interpretation of the Bible. That's really what counts.
It doesn't get any more ego. It doesn't get any more narcissistic, and it doesn't get any more gaslighting than that. Which, that's terrible. And then that makes atheists out of people.
Yeah, absolutely.
An atheist as a 15-year-old boy, and then I lost God for the next 12 years straight until I was 27. You know, I resent that, but I don't. I don't want to let my personal, biases factor in too much, but they do. And when you get me with one of these false church apologists, as I call them, I'll slug them so hard, I'll beat them to death. Yeah,
it's hard not to, because they trigger you. It's like, remember Orlando, we had the Catholic guy on,
metaphorically,
and he was promoting slavery, and he was promoting
That's
you know,
ridiculous.
Sophia was saying that she was, raped early on as a young girl, and she didn't bleed on her first time. But he was saying, well, that's because you're
Oh,
black.
no.
You're built different. You're black. So
So the guy, who is
So
And
this?
that-
white guys have
little
white
ones.
guys have
So,
little pink dicks or something. He
you,
said.
yeah, so you can't say the Bible was wrong for stoning women to death for lying about it. And it's like,
Yeah.
what? Like,
Wow.
what an asshole, But
Yeah.
it's like, it's like,
Well,
this
if
is
Jesus
where this, but he doesn't mean to be. He honestly was just trying to save our souls. He's honestly trying to help you. And he's telling you all this stuff that's just horrible. Me and you are like, where do these people get off with that ego? Where do they get off with that shit? And it's like, this is what they really believe. And so this
Yeah.
is why it's important to kind of engage and show them another perspective,
and get it out there for others too. So even if they're not convinced, how many
Right.
countless others will read or watch a program like this, and then maybe get thrown a bone because we're vocalizing all of this and we're saying that there's more than one way of looking at it. Some people might think they might be an atheist because they think there's only one way of looking at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
They know there's
Yeah.
more. Like,
Right.
you guys are talking about so much more than just that. Oh, you can be spiritual but still still have an intellect and still have a logical mind. Yeah, these are all possible because those others that are misrepresenting Christ, the Bible, and everything else, they're incoherent.
Yeah.
And then everybody thinks that Jesus is incoherent. The Bible is it? No, it's these people and their misinterpretations that are incoherent. That's where I'm at now at mid-age.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I want to stand up for Jesus. In other words,
Yeah.
there's a Jesus there that's being misrepresented as the mainstream, as the popular Jesus. The real Antichrist is the false caricature of Christ that these false churches have masqueraded and put up on display and caused the world to go in secular atheism and physicalism. These are the same people that killed the natural philosophers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the power of tradition and peer pressure and like you said, it feeds into the ego, it feeds into people's desires to be superior and
Yes.
to have an enemy, to have how they say our enemies bind us together. We can have an outgroup that we can attack together, and that binds us together and creates our little echo chamber. And that's what people engage in all the time, and it's a product of dualistic thinking.
Yes.
When you're a non-dualist, you can also see that ultimately we have something that really binds us all together. We have a story that we all share, that we all come out of. It's our genesis.
Yeah, we don't need an enemy to come together.
We
We
not
come
at
together
all.
in unity.
Absolutely, man.
Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
There's something holistic about the idea of a Holy Spirit. An omnipresence is holism, and when they're dualistic, I'm saying that they're blaspheming the Holy Spirit because the Holy Spirit is rightfully holistic. And if you're anti-holistic, you're anti-Christ, you're anti-Holy Spirit, you're anti-God. That's what I put in these people's faces when you put me with these false apologists and whatnot. I go, you are doing the devil's work right now in the name of God. Get thee behind me, Satan. I come down on it. I come down on it. I really come alive because I was mistreated mentally. If I wouldn't have been such a tough guy, I would have been mistreated physically. There were people that were mistreated physically. They were scared of me. Nobody really did mistreat me physically, but they certainly mistreated me mentally growing up in that fundamentalist sect denomination.
Yes, absolutely.
To mess with, so I didn't get like sexually abused or physically abused. In fact, I wound up physically beating down certain pastors, certain teachers when I was a teenager who were messing with me so hard. I just whipped them. I just physically whipped them.
Yeah, that's rough. That means you were done with it, man. And I don't blame you. And there's certain ways that they just deny reality, and they invalidate your experience of reality, because in their mind they don't think reality really works that way, or it's not supposed to. They can do reality better than reality can, apparently.
Yeah, I was
And
made stupid.
yeah, and then Caleb, he
a
says,
heretic, I'm the devil, I'm the Antichrist. They called me all those things.
Yeah.
Along
and this
with
is why, Caleb brings up a good point. He says you can be both atheist and spiritual, and I'm tired of seeing both camps push back against it. And again, that's dualism. When people don't see each other when they see you as the other, that's when that's where the pushback comes in, because we can't see the commonality that we're all on the same journey in this reality that's consciousness based. We're all coming at it from our own experience and our own identities and our own way of getting through the world.
Yeah.
And and so there's always this pushback. You can't be spiritual and be scientific, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's what I heard as a kid. And of course you can. That's what we should be.
Yeah.
Kids are trying to lead us away from the truth.
Right.
You can literally ideate science to a T, but you find all sorts of problems when you try to do that with materialism. And the thing is, it's okay to be an atheist as long as you've got good reasons, and those reasons are good to you.
Of course.
But at the same time, as long as you've defined all the terms which are involved in atheism, as long as you've defined God and what it means to worship to a rational level that everyone can understand, so everyone can understand where you're coming from. But you also have to be prepared. You shouldn't be dogmatic in atheism either. You should be prepared to listen to the views of other people and where they're coming from and how they are defining the word God, right? Because, if the term causes lots of problems because people can't agree on it, then it could become redundant. But at the same time, you are left with the psychological fact that people have a hierarchy of values. That's undeniable, right? And if you have a hierarchy of values, it's like a pyramid. What sits at the top is what you value the most, and you can't help it. You can't help but worship it. And that becomes a god to you. That becomes your personal god. And if there is no concept of God in terms of how the world was created, in terms of ontology, and in terms of a perfect being that we should all aspire to, whether it's manifest in our perception, whether we can see it or not, it's something that we perhaps would do well to believe in in terms of acting out, to not be afraid of making mistakes and to make progress, and always doing that in humility. Never believe that you already have everything sussed out. Otherwise, you fall into a kind of hubris, and then you will stop making progress. You will descend into hell in a way, because then you won't make any progress, and then you will deny that you make mistakes, and you very quickly turn against people. And the thing is, if you don't have a belief in something higher or something better than you, or even some kind of potential, if you don't even believe that you can improve yourself, if you don't believe in the future self that is 10 times better than what you are now, you will become narcissistic, and you also run the risk of admiring despots. You run the risk of worshipping people like Hitler and Stalin, for example, which is exactly what happened. As Nietzsche pointed out, that's exactly what happens. And I think we have to be very careful and never be dogmatic in any type of worldview. We should always be prepared to have a paradigm shift, and to look towards being less wrong, and not discard notions of a higher power so quickly, because who are we? We're just limited creatures, on a rock.
I think in anything you do, it's good to come at it genuinely too. That way you need to really make, like, I have a principle of unattachment, like this Buddhist principle I take very seriously, because it saves you from a lot of, it'll save you from a lot of unnecessary suffering and pain in your life emotionally. Okay. Because when you get attached to things that are, that are, everything in this world is going to be temporary in some form or another. Maybe some things longer than others. Ultimately, everything's temporary. Everything can come and go. Everything is contingent. And you got to understand, the other thing is that your mind, your brain, its number one primary prerogative is to deceive itself. So you've got those two things going at each other. You've got you've got the principle of unattachment, and you got to understand that your brain is limited. So these two things are enough reason to look at everything, in a healthy, skeptical way. Because if you get attached to a lot of these beliefs or a lot of these ideas, and it could be beliefs in a politician, beliefs in a person, a friend, whoever, could be your own child. It could be something. If you get too attached to what that person says, the things that person is, those things can one day cause you a lot of suffering that you're just going to keep heaping on yourself. So there has to be, at some point, you have to have this ability to disassociate from everything as a protection of your peace, your own peace of mind. And so the way I look at some of these questions about God and higher powers and stuff like that is to always approach it genuinely. So I never will say I know there's a God, but I would say I do believe there's a God. Some, at some points, more than others. It's not a constant thing. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's something that, if it was a constant thing, it would mean that the category was different. In other words, I know my mother exists. I'm not up and down about that, because I know that I can talk to her. I can, touch her. I can interact, in a meaningful way, consciously. But with God, it's more of a concept. It's more of a construction. It's more of an ideal that I'm trying to stitch together, make it make sense, or something like that, So that's in a different category. Now, there can be a lot of value in that, and you can talk about that, and you can use that language to sort of describe, especially like when we start talking about concepts of ontology, like beingness. Like you say, God is just what exists. It's what being is. The beingness is the God, we can talk about that.
However,
but go ahead.
Has a will.
Yeah. And so, what kind of God are we talking about? Like, this God wills that, that we defeat the Canaanites, that we defeat the Philistines. This God, does he will that women who bleed on their marriage night should be stoned to death? Is this the kind of God we're talking about? Or are we talking about Brahma? Or are we talking about, or is it something beyond words? Because sort of, I would think that, when we describe something, we're putting it in a box. We're saying, this is how you define its edges right here. It's not that, it's this. And so you've kind of already defined some God out of existence, because God, by definition, is supposed to be greater than that, right? We can't really box God in that way. And so it's it gets tricky.
It gets tricky. The problem is, when we try to conceptualize God, we always tend to think in linear terms. Even someone like Thomas Campbell, for example, he went on the Know Thyself podcast recently, and he was making a good case for this reality being computational, being a virtual reality in consciousness. This has nothing to do with the simulation theory, by the way. It's just he's got an idealistic view of reality, which is admirable, and he was trying to explain how consciousness explores other perspectives. So it has a will, but it doesn't necessarily have a plan. So already is thinking in linear terms, right? Like a human being, right? Already is probably missing out much of what is actual about reality, about the reality of this God consciousness, right? But he did describe consciousness in the following way. He said consciousness is awareness with choice. And he said, and it has to have a choice. And because if it doesn't have a choice, there's no time. In order for it to have, if it has a choice, then time is necessary. It has to come into the equation, because through choice, then it can make a change. Because, and then memory comes into it. If you can remember past states, then you can make decisions about future states. If all you remember is the present time, if all you have is the present time and no choice, then you're stuck. Then you don't go anywhere.
You just
So
need duality. You need duality.
So the temporal quality comes to fruition out of necessity. So this thing, this awareness, this consciousness wills things, and it can come in the form of a linear narrative if you want to view it that way, from the perspective of a human being.
Yeah.
But maybe from the perspective of mind at large, it's not linear, it's eternal, but not eternal in the sense of, experiencing time like a human being, like going through time, like an arrow of time forever. Not like that.
Forever.
It's something that is outside of time and space, because time and space exists in it. And this thing has always been, the only way we can conceptualize it is what we are: consciousness, the eternal witness, the thing that was, is, and will always be. It's always there. It's eternal. We struggle to comprehend it because we are experiencing right now within that arrow of time. We can't help it. But this thing, it's already aware of its infinite potential. We are only focusing on a tiny derivative, but this thing already is. It's the perfect conception of God that you can possibly have. You can't deny it.
That's how
in terms of idealism, yeah.
All the omnis are what you're saying.
Omni.
Anything
All the omnis. All
else,
the omnis.
what you're talking about right now.
Yeah. And I think the NDE can bring you closer to that level of understanding. It
seems like to get to that understanding, you'd have to sort of apply a sort of meta logic to it, like maybe something paraconsistent in a way, because when you think about what you're describing, it sort of reminds me of the block universe thing. Like everything is happening in succession, sequentially. We see that, but at another perspective, at a higher perspective, everything just is. It's just all real.
Yeah.
In the same time, place. There's no, all these relations sort of, when you take the relations out, you just have a block. But when you stick the relations in, now you have sequential, you have cause and effect, and all of these sort of things and all of these sort of rules are kind of like abstractions of a mind. It's kind of like, if it's true that the ontology is consciousness, then it would only make sense that we as conscious beings could make sense of the world that way, as like a dualistic sort of thing. You know what I mean? Because we're just consciousness decoding itself,
Yeah. The world is comprehensible, and we can tell ourselves stories about the world, and consciousness can tell itself narratives. It can construct narratives about itself. But it's already full.
Right, because at that higher perspective, it's already omni.
Yeah.
But
and
within it, it's all dualistic. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wouldn't blame it if bad things happen, if there are bad narratives, because it's almost like it's like children playing with toys and coming up with stories and becoming absorbed in tragedies and forgetting the rest of the world and the parents and that dinner's ready. This thing right? We shouldn't blame it if it has nightmares or if bad shit happens, because it's possible. And because in order for it to know good and evil, it has to manifest it. You know, there's no other way. And
Yeah.
you know, it's like us having nightmares or thinking about bad stuff that takes place in the world. It doesn't make us bad people. It's just its own nature. In order for it to be infinite and omniscient, there's no other way. It has to know evil, you know.
Right. So,
And
one of the problems that I have, like speaking to devout Christians or whatever, is the problem of evil, where we have so much. And when I talk about evil, I don't mean evil that mankind sort of does to themselves. I mean even deeper than that, like the unnecessary evil and suffering, like the child born of cancer, or the tornadoes and the natural disasters that kill. So okay, fine. So
it's
on a
unfortunate.
Christian, yeah, like on a Christian narrative though, God is the guy that's the first cause. He's the all powerful, all knowing, all loving. And so he's got all this power to start and stop anything he wants. He's got the knowledge to know whatever he creates, what's going to happen at any point in time in his creation. And he's all loving, meaning whatever he does is for a loving purpose. And so when, the obvious thing that, the atheist would say was like, well, this world contains a lot of unnecessary suffering. I couldn't go into a hospital and talk to a mother and say, oh, I understand your newborn child just died suffering horrible death and you're sad as well. But you know what? It's for a greater good. You just don't understand it. We don't understand it. But it's all for a greater good. So that's an unsatisfying, and I don't think anybody in their right mind would tell anybody that. But that just kind of demonstrates the problem, that there's an unspoken elephant in the room no one really wants to talk about. And that's this problem of suffering, that we don't really want to deal with or put at the feet of a God who's this omni-loving, omni-powerful, all-knowing creature. So he's got to at least be partially responsible for some of this suffering that happens. And yeah, we can make the case that, well, the baby dies. She only lived, 3 or 4 weeks and then died suffering. But guess what? She gets to live eternally in heaven with God. But still, that doesn't match the definition of all loving, like there's at least a few minutes of evil or suffering in the world,
Yeah, I know what you mean. The trouble is they are talking about these religious literalists. They're talking about
right,
a kind of God that's separate from us.
right,
What we're talking about here is consciousness,
not separate,
which
different, totally different.
Right, yeah,
Separate. God is suffering through our eyes,
through us, right,
yeah, through us.
Joseph Campbell, he says, the Buddhist, I'm going to quote Joseph Campbell loosely. He says, the Buddha symbol and the Christ symbol are two mythological ways split between the East and the Western perspective that are saying the very same thing, which is that a transcendent energy consciousness informs the world and informs you on an individual level. And he goes further. He says, the zeal of the eternal for incarnation into time, which involves the breaking up of the one into the many, and in so doing, the acceptance of all suffering. We're supposed to understand this from the Christ and the Buddha myth, and
right.
yet no one is. Everybody's
No one talks about that. That's what I'm getting at, is that why don't they address that? Because when they leave themselves open like that, it's left creating atheists. It's an atheist creating machine, because it's logically going to follow into that nihilistic sort of philosophy. And who wants to deal with a God who's this kind of cruel overseer like that? But if we just make that, if we just shift our understanding of God just a little bit, and we understand that we are the expression of reality, and the God doesn't necessarily have to be like this old man in the sky that's saying, yeah, I want you to go through this and you to go through that. And with this, it's just a natural unfolding of reality that we share in. You know?
Yeah, it's not just a human mind. So this God, this mind at large, isn't just a human mind. It's partially a human mind, but it's also much more. And I think, I suspect, strongly suspect, that on the level of mind at large, on the level of that kind of divine consciousness, when it looks at all the tragedies in the world, from that level, it doesn't seem as serious because there's no real death. It's just moving itself. It's just like limbs moving itself, and not necessarily exploring in real time, in sequential time, what it can do, what's possible. It already knows, and it can't help but know what's possible, right? And there's so many narratives it can come up with, because we also can't stop ourselves. If someone asks us to come up with a good horror story, we can't help but think of just horrible stuff that people might be interested in, or might get excited about, because it's a kind of entertainment that people can buy. So God, as best as I can try to conceptualize it, as consciousness, it just, what's possible in consciousness, which is, it's an infinity that we can't possibly imagine as human beings, and we can imagine a lot, but this wider universal consciousness can produce so much, and from that level, it's not even serious. I'll tell you what, in Ions, have you ever come across this guy who nearly drowned, and he ended up being rescued, and when he was drowning, he was struggling, and then suddenly he saw the light, and he went towards the light. Inside the light, he found himself in a white realm, and there were these beings, several beings, dancing. It was like a party in this white realm, and it was fun, and this music he'd never heard before. And the beings, some of them were saying, "Oh, anything that you want to know, we can show you." And he was curious about other universes, and they went exploring, flying around, and to other universes, other dimensions, and suddenly he found himself back in that white realm, and it was just him and the light, right? And he said the light was warm and loving, very loving, and it actually said to him, and he said it's like the light had a sense of humor. And the light said, you take life too seriously, and it makes me think, it's similar to the perspective of spirit guides that accompany people who nearly die, through the tunnel. Sometimes, or spirit guides that console people after a life review. They tend to say everything's okay, everything's all right. It's almost like from the perspective of mind at large, it doesn't matter so much. All that suffering, it might seem like a lot when you're in it, fully absorbed, and when you don't have a memory of the divine, you're just fully focused, limited, constricted, and experiencing that suffering, right? Like a theater. You're absorbed in a theater.
The question, the issue, what's going to determine the issue, whether it's moral or immoral to exist in this plane of existence on this earth where we all suffer, what the morality of that is going to really depend on whether you chose to be here or not. Because if you choose, if I choose to, spend a day on the farm and it's really hard work, well, I can't blame anybody but myself. I can't put the blame on anybody else but me. Even if I was to say, I want to spend a day on the farm and forget that I'm not a farmer. I just want to get into the farm, work real hard, and wonder, what the hell am I doing here? Who am I? And just learn from that experience. What's going to happen? Even if you chose to do that, if you freely chose to do that, then that would be on you. There would be no moral. I don't think there'd be any moral consequences to that.
That's the problem.
And because we think about, when we speak about well, if we're talking about our beingness before we were actually incarnated in the world, who were we identified at that time? We were God. We were obviously part of the light. We were the source. So
Yeah.
we, the source, said, hey, I want to come into the earth as Arlindo or as Stephen or as Scott. And I want to understand what I'm like from that perspective of an Arlindo or a Stephen or a Scott, and see what happens. And he's doing that, you know, obviously billions and trillions of times over throughout the universe, right? And so that sort of, for me, takes the sting out of the problem of evil.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
know,
Or
that
maybe,
does it for me, you know.
or maybe not to see what happens, because from the perspective of God, you already know what's going to happen. You already have it laid out, but you're willing to experience it sequentially to the detriment of everything else that you're aware of. So you constrict yourself in order to experience from that perspective as a finite being, and go through that and potentially derive meaning from everything that you experience, including suffering, because it
Yeah.
knows suffering. It can't know, happiness and states of well-being unless it also knows suffering, and vice versa. There's a kind of, even in Hermeticism, there's a kind of duality, isn't there? A kind of dichotomy.
This
You know,
is why
one dimension gives rise to the other. Yeah.
right. This is why I answered you the way I did before when you were asking me the nature of the consciousness. Is it more like a God? Is it more like a natural reflexive type of thing? And I said, well, it's got to be the most basic thing it could ever be, because the whole point of incarnating and experiencing this duality is so that we can suffer and we can have challenges and we can go through seeing reality from these different perspectives. Otherwise, there is no perspective. There's just consciousness, whatever that means at that point. Because
Yeah.
what are you conscious of if you're not conscious of something else? You've got to split yourself off somehow.
Mirror,
Yeah.
self-reflection,
Yeah.
and dissociation, and all this.
Yes, correct.
Dissociation.
Well, this
And
is
you
what-
also have to have free will in this life.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
Because in order to establish a loving relationship with you as a finite creature and you as a godly mind, and if you've partially dissociated from it, but you're the same person, as it were, in order to have that loving relationship, the all mind has to give you free reign, because otherwise the all mind is just going to be the same old dictator telling you what to do and what to say, or else, you know, and that's not a good it wouldn't be the all-loving God that we can possibly conceptualize, considering all these all these factors. In order to have a loving God, a loving father, let's say, right? We were God, but then we became children of God. So God is also manifest out there. So there's a dissociation going on. And if we suddenly become children because of the illusion of separation, then in order for that loving relationship to be maintained, there has to be free will. The perfect parent has to allow its child to make mistakes and to have free reign in order to learn. Because if you just dictate to the child what to do, the child will never learn.
Well, here's another perspective on that. Let's say, you know, everything that exists, every life being that exists, from you to me to a cat, a dog, a lizard, a snake, whatever, a bird, all these things are being inhabited by Source, right? So Source is inhabiting all of these various systems.
Yes.
And all of these systems, like the system of a bird can't do the same thing the system of a human can, or a dog or a cat or anything other form, right? So the consciousness, the Source, when it inhabits that system, it inhabits it knowing that it's going to be limited to being an expression of a bird or expression of a lizard. So it may have free will to be a bird, to be a lizard, but it won't have the free will to be other than what it truly is itself.
Yeah.
So in a way, the one who's really exercising the free will is the Source, not really the lizard or the bird or the system. The system is just like a kind of like a puppet, you know,
It's a
in the,
system of rules. It's a
yeah, it's just
system
a
of
rule.
rules.
Yeah, it's a rule based.
Yeah.
It's an
If you can, yeah,
algorithm. It's a system, and you know, once the source inhabits it, it's able to express itself through that way, and then see itself through the eyes of that system. And
That
that's
makes
so
probably
sense.
the best.
whatever animal you become, it's like you're adopting a set of rules. It's almost like you decide to immerse yourself in a game of chess. You have to follow the rules, but
Right.
even though you're surrounded by constraints, by conditions that you have to observe, you can still make choices within those conditions, right? Because what's the alternative? The alternative is hard determinism, and
Yeah.
hard determinists will have you believe that a completely random and lifeless and unconscious system somehow can produce theories, scientific theories, can make choices, or the illusion of choice. Can have aims and goals, and and can experience things. And it's like, well, how do you derive one from the other? And then you
Right.
also have a problem with, you have the ought is problem as well, because it's like, how do you derive an ought from an is? And that can only be
Yeah.
solved by consciousness with a will. Because if you don't have that, if consciousness is only an illusion, you can't even be sure of scientific theories if you believe that they are just, you know, kind of like a mentation, somehow produced by, you know, random movements in nature, in a nature that's devoid of awareness or intention. If there's no will, how can we have the sense of a will? And then how can you even trust what you believe? How can you even trust rationality from hard determinism? You can't. You literally can't. But
Well, yeah, and that kind of leads to the you know, this is why it's an open question in philosophy, like the free will versus determinism versus randomness and things of that nature. Caleb asks a good question. He says, if idealism is true, then isn't it possible that this mind at large doesn't have such awareness? It's just bringing about all these experiences without knowing what it is doing. So, in a way, I understand what he's
yeah,
asking. So,
yeah.
so
But
the way I look
it's a
at it
bit of an
is,
oxymoron. It's a bit of an
yes,
oxymoron because it's taken away awareness from mind at large, when awareness is exactly what it is intrinsically. It's
hmm
awareness, and it comes to know things
Yeah.
through experience. It's experience itself. And
yeah,
and the thing is, everything about morality, everything about deriving a naught from an is, um, revolves around consciousness with a will and an understanding of what's right and what's wrong and what's conducive to well-being. Because you can't derive prescriptions from descriptions, can you?
hmm
I mean, if you think about it, you have
that's
a
right.
world of things and you can describe them, but how can you get from those descriptions to a prescriptive view? That can only happen with consciousness, with
Yeah,
some
it's some
kind of,
kind of
I'm not
energy.
I'm not going
Yeah.
to say free, because free, can be, people can have different definitions of freedom, you know,
See, this
and
is the
sometimes
hard.
freedom is when
This
you're
is
happy with strings, but you can have a will. There's definitely a will. There has to be a
yeah.
will.
There has to be something because and this causes the problem in understanding like idealism at that level, like because we have this in our language this ingrained idea of cause and effect. So
Yeah.
like you wonder, so people always say, well, how does the brain cause the consciousness, or how does the consciousness cause the brain? And what I guess what we're saying is that those sort of questions are kind of meaningless at that point of description, because it all comes out together. It's all, it's awareness itself, awareness of existence. And
Mhm.
then so when existence happens, kind of like a field, I always like to go back to Bernardo Kastrup's analogy of there's this field or this lake. You could say like a quantum field, and once some excitation happens, then you have this separation, you have this expression of the field in this way. You observe it this way, then it's going to be in this particular, space. It's going to have this particular
Yeah,
property. If you observe it
vibration.
that way.
Yeah, vibration can represent a kind of mentation, which
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. But when we're talking about phenomenal consciousness, when we're talking about the very essence of reality, the bedrock of reality for the idealist, every time someone says, "Oh, the brain produces consciousness," it just makes me think of Adi Shankar's analogy of the ceramics and the clay. And it makes me think that these people are practically saying that the pot creates the clay, which makes no sense. It's the
Mm-mm.
pot which exists within the clay. Actually, it's all clay. If we are to use that analogy,
Right. Hey,
everything
Caleb.
is just clay.
Hey.
It's the only reality, basically. So everything is just mind.
Well, we've got Caleb on stage. I want to give him an introduction. How's it going today, brother?
I'm doing fine. Just
Good,
drinking
good,
my
good.
coffee. And I wanted to try to clear up my
Yeah,
question.
please.
So I'm not. I felt like it seemed like you were getting the impression that I was saying that they would have no awareness, and
Oh, yeah.
that's not what I'm saying. Because
A different type.
like to me, like if we're going off, what the current science we have, it's like, the universe started out with non-living, material and very simple. And so to me, it's like if consciousness is fundamental, then this fundamental consciousness would be very simple, and it wouldn't have the sort of awareness of like the type of awareness that we have. So I'm trying to figure out.
And that's true.
Yeah. What would so what is its limits is what I'm trying to figure out here.
It's core subjectivity. If we're on the Castrop model,
Mhm.
it's the core of it's awareness itself, and then through dissociation processes, it becomes aware of specific things. So it's just a broad awareness. If you meditate out of thoughts and you're not thinking about the past, or you're not projecting thoughts towards the future, and you're just in the moment, that's what Kastrup and Rupert Spira advise people to do as practice. Push away, get out of thinking of the past and of projecting the future, and be still in the moment. That's the closest while alive in a finite personal mind that you can come to the experience of core subjectivity. I would say that in death, people may go through levels and stages, but at some point you could get back to the core or the source of all subjectivity. And that's what we're talking about with this God thing here, being awareness itself, and being impersonal, like Brahman. The personal mind is an ego version of God. This core subjectivity is God at the source, way below ego. So the reason that the Gnostics were calling Yahweh the demiurge is because of those egoic verses. Go slaughter your neighbor. Go stone these people. Be a bigot. Be a misogynist. Keep slaves. That's the ego God, and that's what they're calling demiurge. The God above the God is what we're talking about. Pure core subjectivity, pure awareness, and it's impersonal or suprapersonal, like Brahman, if that explains it.
All right.
Yeah.
And that helps a little, because it's just like, to me, it's like if idealism is true and there is this fundamental consciousness, it seems like it would definitely not be what the type of God that Christianity is saying.
Yeah, and that's an ego. That's like that is an expression of the human ego that comes out in the Old Testament as nasty.
Exactly.
The idea of the Gnostics and Jesus, if Jesus and Paul were Gnostics like we're arguing, they were promoting the idea of the God above that, of the transcendent God, transcendent of ego. This would be the real message of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's sort of like goes back to, in science, like that whole block universe theory is a good way to sort of picture it. It's kind of like, the phenomenal consciousness encompasses everything that exists, every potential, all of that potential. So like people oftentimes talk, especially in Vedic traditions, of going back to pure potentiality, like going back to that womb of creation, as they call it. Yeah. And that's just, they're talking about kind of like the same thing in quantum mechanics, like the potential for everything to happen, like a distribution, like a probability distribution or something like that. And so like on the block universe theory, you see all these probabilities all in one little block. And then as we traverse through reality, we're like these little spotlights that move in sequence throughout the block. But even we were there, we're all encompassed in it. It's just that we're on this experiential dimension of it. Like we're able to see it sequentially.
Yeah, because to me, being an atheist and looking at the problem of evil, it's like, to me, that doesn't really work against idealism, because it's, you're not claiming that this awareness is all powerful, all knowing.
Exactly.
Because you acknowledge that. A lot of people won't acknowledge what you've just acknowledged. That's a great benefit towards idealism from an atheistic perspective, which others don't share. I have a hard time with going with. That was very reasonable what you just said.
Yep. And it's, if you think about it, it's very conservative too. It's probably the most conservative view you can take, is a idealist view, because you're building on the one thing you do know, which is your own experience. You can't get outside of that. I think, therefore I am. From there, you can build up a lot of beliefs and inferences, but the one thing you can't deny is your own experience of existing. And so any sort of model should always be more parsimony, if you value parsimony, that is, that everything that you build on should be the most known things. You don't want to enter in as these unknowns, these abstractions, these imaginary things. Everything's built on an axiom, but the fewer the better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you value that kind of conservatism, then I find that idealism is a lot more parsimonious, than these other ones.
And the only thing I'd say about the hard determinism is, as a determinist myself, and I'd say that I am agnostic towards it. So, it's not a hill I'm going to die on. But
right.
The way I've viewed it is that, it's like you do have a will. It's not like you're a robot or anything. It's just, it's not free. It's just,
that translates into mysticism too. It's not just a materialist thing. People have to realize Brahman, it has a deterministic quality. This impersonal God, when you're talking about a consciousness that's omnipresent and omni everything and knows all, there isn't no surprises, to that.
Yeah.
It's like an information system. What they mean by that, we understand reality now as an information system. Well, that's only because it's a conscious system, and what's in consciousness is information. So it is an information system. There's both deterministic factors at play, as well as what seems to be free will determinism. And Bernardo Kastrup always lands on some combination of determinism and free will. I land the same way. Donald Hoffman did the same way.
Yeah, I do too.
You guys probably will land the same way.
More compatibilism, yeah.
I mean, the way I see it is like, I know, a lot of people say, oh, if determinism is true, then, that just makes all your choices pointless. But it's like,
not really.
Yeah, it's like we don't know the future. It's like every choice I make is still a surprise.
Of course, and I like how Bernardo Kastrup kind of says it. He says, if we're determined from the point of view of each and one of us here, of course, we didn't choose when and where we were born. We didn't choose any of that stuff, and there's a lot of factors that influence every decision we're ever going to make. And if you could go back in time to make that decision, you would absolutely make it the same way every time, because you were that same person at that moment. You could only make a difference if you became a different person, but you wouldn't be. You'd be going back to being that same person who made that same decision every time, because you're simply nature expressing itself through you as a system, as a particular system. You're kind of along for the ride. But you have this free will driver that's very important, because it's what's pushing you to make choices and do things like get up in the morning and go to work and
Yeah.
do all the things you have
And
to
the
do.
thing is,
But
if you're going to
Mhm.
be, and the thing is, if you subscribe to idealism, you also can't afford to be too mechanistic and be a hard determinism. Be a hard determinist. You can have the experience of determinism and of being led to do things, and you can understand how the world behaves in terms of cause and effect, right? But you can also experience being free, having freedom, and being happy with how things are going. And at the same time, we have to remember that cause and effect is actually an assumption based on the patterns and regularities that we detect in nature, right? So, for example, if we were to perceive this universe outside the 3 and 4 dimensions of space and time that we know, we'd be able to see that it's all static, and the flow of time would lose its meaning. You can only experience the flow of time if you're immersed within the 4D construct. And
Yeah.
the thing is, I would also say that the very person that materialists like to invoke in their defense, David Hume, in terms of rationality, and in terms of like saying how miracles are not possible, for example, which is a pretty good argument. You can't possibly claim that miracles exist or that miracles really do take place, because if you say that a miracle has taken place, you're practically saying that you understand all there is to know about the universe, all the laws of physics, that you have everything sussed out to be able to say that something is defying those laws, that something, that the laws of physics have been annulled for some reason by some divine power. So, and you can't, nobody can claim that a miracle really exists. This is what David Hume claimed. But David Hume said that nobody can possibly defend cause and effect in a rational way, because we don't really observe things causing other things. All we observe is a sequence and a pattern of events. And he made some argument about, in order to believe that past events cause future events, you have to believe that the future will resemble the past, and there's nothing
Yeah.
about the
Problem of
past that
induction. Yeah.
guarantees that the future will have that same format. And when you look at the way the so-called constant gravity and light fluctuate, and they've fluctuated throughout decades, you realize that we are trying very hard to fit nature into the box of understanding that we're comfortable with. Everything has to make sense in terms of cause and effect, when it may not be as rigid as we think.
No, it's
And
not.
David Hume would be the first person to say that.
And I'm willing to admit that my understanding of how we have come to know cause and effect could just be as much of an illusion as how I view free will. So
That's exactly right. I mean, that's the thing, is that we're able to transcend it, though, which is the really mysterious part about the whole thing, is that we evolved on this world not to do philosophy, but just to kind of procreate. Yet we are able to modulate, with reality like that. We can derive meaning and symbolism, representation through all of these relations. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, it's really a clue. It can be a clue. Why should it be like that? It kind of points to teleology in a way. And I know teleology is a thing that a lot of naturalists hate to talk about. These are kind of throwbacks to Christianity and religion and that sort of mentality. But Actually, you know, I think we see a lot of teleology in nature.
Yep.
And that's why we call it natural selection. I know that they don't like to mean
Ugh.
selection literally, but there is a selection process through the greater,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
system.
Okay, Richard Oxenberg. Lindo just put out a talk with Dr. Oxenberg.
Hmm.
Saw that go out. Well, I don't know who all here has read his article on natural selection, but it's gold. I'm probably going to repost it. He
Yeah.
had the insight to point out that selection is a subjective act, and we can't have natural selection of any type without positing a subjective act. Well, we can handle that when we have core subjectivity as the unified quantum field, because there's always this baseline subjectivity that then can answer for how subjective selection must factor into biological evolution.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the same person, but he was just on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was talking about why did life evolve in the universe, and he was trying to make the case that there's a teleology at work.
Yeah.
And I think Neil deGrasse Tyson was sort of challenging that, but they kind of came to the consensus that, yeah, there's actually a very strong will at work underneath it all.
That's exactly what Richard Oxenberg argues for.
Right.
Where, you know, life has a will to survive, right? It has a drive to self-preserve. Where does that come from? It wants to survive. It wants to self-preserve. There's nothing through the mechanistic lens that can explain that. And even Dawkins himself admits that consciousness is an absolute mystery in evolutionary biology.
Yeah.
How is it that creatures have the drive, the will to survive?
And nothing could select anything in any way without some form of a subjective act. It doesn't need to be a human brain. If there's two things interacting through chemical, electric, any which way we want to take this, the communication of information between two perceived things posits some level of subjectivity. This once your mind goes there, there's no going back. This is like
there's no going back.
This is like
the bio.
You know,
Levin talks about bioelectric fields. That's really interesting.
There's a subjectivity in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We can't really get.
We are electricity. We will never die. In the end, we return to the sky. I'm sorry, I had to get that out there. I love that song.
You know, and it's worth pointing out too that idealists are all over the board when it comes to stuff about teleology, and especially topics like life after death.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, a lot of idealists I've come across sort of lean against the idea because it kind of defeats the whole, I guess, logic of greater mind wanting to, you know, fractal off into biological life forms or whatever in order to experience itself. And so they sort of like look at, well, the afterlife, if there is an afterlife to talk about, would be sort of like this quantum suicide sort of idea, or just other people, other life forms living. It's just another expression of the source, while other idealists would view that, you know, us living as source, as being self-aware parts of source, even in some other plane of existence, is probably consistent. So people fall all over the place. A lot of people think that there is no teleology in nature, that while, you know, there's an underlying substrate called consciousness, phenomenal consciousness, it has no will at all. It's just there as an awareness. And if systems like humans or animals come to be, there's no teleology. But I kind of disagree with that, only because I see the causal effect in the will behind life and behind some of the research of these scientists, especially like integrated information theory. You guys heard about Christoph Koch and that whole research program?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, right, to address teleology first, I think if consciousness is fundamental, there is a kind of teleology behind it, especially if we're going to think in linear terms. Things come to fruition. There's different forms of expression within consciousness, different life forms. There's beauty. There's so much meaning conveyed in reality, and meaning is a strong layer of reality that materialists and nihilists tend to deny. And I do think that human beings reflect teleology. They have goals, they form goals, and they believe in them. And believing in them drives them to act towards those goals. They want to achieve something, a concept that they've already formed in their personal minds. And it always makes me think of a film called Voyages. That's also another recommendation for me. Voyages, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that one, I think.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's based on Lord of the Flies, but you know the kids go up into space, and they're supposed to carry on the human race. And what's his name? Colin Farrell. He plays their father, and he passes away. But before he passes away, he tells the kids, "Look, this is what you have to do. You can't deviate from the plan, and the plan is to maintain the crops inside the spaceship, and to carry the seeds of the human race. That the genetic makeup, the DNA, to the next world. And this next world is like another Earth. It's like an untouched paradise. And but the thing is, it's going to take a long time to get there, right? It's going to take generations upon generations. And the kids who initially leave Earth on this mission, they know they will never get to Paradise Planet. They will never get to see it. So there are two boys aboard the ship, and I tend to think of the good boy who wants to carry out the plan as being Abel, the biblical Abel. He does everything right. He's very structured. He's very ordered. He's selfless. He wants to do everything so that their descendants can reap the rewards. Reap the rewards of their efforts. This boy wants to do everything so that his kids and his grandkids live to see, Paradise Planet. But there's a boy who's the complete opposite, and this boy just wants chaos and is the equivalent of Cain.
Yeah.
And he tries to kill the good boy, and they form two factions aboard the ship. There's the boys on the side of the Cain-like boy, I forget his name, and then there's the ones who support what Abel is trying to do, and they come face to face and they clash. And basically, the Cain boy doesn't care about anything. He just wants to live for the moment, and he doesn't care about future generations. He says, "Why should we carry on with the plans of our father who passed away, Colin Farrell? Why can't we just live for now and sod the future? We're never going to get to see it." So he's more selfish. He only cares about himself, and he wants to bask in chaos. He just wants to be carefree and destroy everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other boy cares about order, and he cares. He doesn't care about himself. He just cares about how his descendants are going to be. He cares about the future, and he's willing to again sacrifice his life for future generations, so they can get to enjoy Paradise Planet. And to me, there are two expressions of the human psyche. There's one who has complete disregard for the future, the psychopathic mind, and the other one is the altruistic mind, who cares about the future, cares about children and descendants, and will sacrifice and has no thought of himself, enjoying himself in the moment.
Now, yeah, but now the evolutionary story, a naturalistic, maybe a materialist story to that would be, well, nature selected for the people that care more about the overall survival of the species because they were the ones who survived to live another day. The people that were more selfish ended up not surviving for some reason. So in other words, being totally selfish leads to suicide, whereas
Yeah.
being more altruistic led to your own personal survival. How could someone's being altruistic, how would that promote one's individual survival? Now, a lot of people would say, well, that seems to fly in the face of our intuition. It seems like the people who are going to survive are going to be the people that were selfish and that, hoarded and that looked after themselves. That's why they survived, right? But
I
as
think
it turns out, the cooperation is what helps people survive because no man is an island. We all need each other to survive.
we all need each other to survive, and that's the answer. Because at the end of the day, nobody likes a self-interested person who doesn't
Right.
help anyone else
So
but
let's-
himself. And the thing is, even psychopaths have to pretend that they are altruistic, and the only psychopath who's able, especially if we're talking about serial killers, the only serial killer who's able to stay in one place has to be intelligent, is the most intelligent serial killer, because the one who tends to act on impulse and lacks self-control, has to jump around from area to area like a grasshopper. He can't stay in one place because people suss him out straight away, and they have to pretend. It's a bit like Dexter. The series Dexter. Dexter has to pretend is like everyone else. But really is a minority. He is one of the 1 or 2%. Is really an exception, because most people are altruistic, but
Right.
psychopaths have managed to survive themselves by going along with the altruistic majority, because people like altruistic people. People like kindness. People want to
And
be
Steve,
around
this sort of
others who think
flies
about themselves. Yeah.
in what you're saying there also flies in the face of some of these fundamentalist Christian types that'll say we were all born sinners and we're all evil and garbage and there is not one good man, not one, as the scripture says. Only God is good.
Yeah,
So
it's the
this
wrong
sort of-
message. It goes
yeah,
back to what Stephen was saying about the Knights Templar. It's the complete opposite of Christ's teachings. We're all actually special and good. There's a goodness inside of us, but we tend to get lost. Even even someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, we don't know. He probably would have turned out to be a great human being if not for what happened to him as a kid. And it doesn't excuse his actions, but there is the sense of a making of a monster, because he never
Right.
got to be socialized
again, this goes back to
since the age of 3.
it goes back to the determinism sort of argument that in a lot of ways sort of when you frame things in a deterministic way, it can sort of in a way give you an opportunity to show more kindness, loving, understanding, and patience, because when you understand that a person is the product of their context, all of the prior things that went into their life to make them who they are is what led to this maybe bad decision they made. And then that would give you more empathy towards viewing the problem, not just with that individual, but just overall.
Yeah.
To say that, look, there are factors in the world, whether nature, nurture, whatever you want to call it, that can contribute to these sort of behaviors. And maybe if we become more aware of that, we can become a solution,
Yes.
instead of just blaming people,
You nailed it.
We're all
Scott,
interconnected.
'cause
Sorry, I just want to say we're all interconnected. and there's interpersonal relationships that we form, and Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't an exception. Jeffrey Dahmer was made to feel a certain way because of what happened to him as a child, to do with his parents. He didn't have the best parents, and then he was also bullied at school for being different, and then he developed a liking for seeing the guts of animals and stuff like that. So he began to go down that path, and he had no direction, and slowly but surely a monster was made. Now, yeah, there is a sense in which he was determined to become who he became, but at the same time we have to remember consciousness. And if we're exposed to certain things, or if someone attacks us, sometimes we feel like we have no option but to react, and it might not be the best reaction, and sometimes we know it's not the best reaction, but it's the best that we can come up with at the time. And we feel constricted, and we can imagine other ways we could have behaved in hindsight, or even at the time. Sometimes we catch ourselves thinking, I wish I could deal with this situation in a particular way. I remember this person being in exactly the same situation before, and I loved the way they dealt with it, but right now I don't feel like I have the courage, so I'm just going to lash out. For whatever reason, there are so many things that go on in our heads, as human beings.
Great point, Arlindo. And the thing is, like, I have to deal with this all the time. And so one of the things that I've wanted to do is become more positive towards myself and others, and just because I want to manifest better things in my life. I want better results out of my life. And so one of the things that really it started with just by prioritizing your awareness. Like, first of all, know when you feel in your moody way, a bad mood, or certain things bother you. Well, once you're aware of it, then you can say, well, I'm feeling this way, so maybe I can make sure I'm kind of paying attention to that and not being too, impatient when I respond to someone, or maybe I can ratchet myself back, because you've got to get that information first of all, and then you can deal with the information once you get it. But you'll never get that information about your internal state unless you're objectively conscious of it. Like, you can look at it from a sort of meta-conscious sort of perspective. Then you can start making these little changes and changing your habits, and you can form totally new habits, which creates a totally new character within yourself. So while I'm determined by a lot of these things that I'm not even aware of, if I can just become more aware of it, if I can just wake up, like, take some time out to, show up for yourself. Like, how are you feeling right now? What's going on with you right now? Become aware of those internal feelings. Then you can start to work on them, because a lot of people just aren't even aware. Like, they're lashing out at people at work, or they're lashing out, or
and sometimes they're
just not aware. They don't.
And sometimes they don't give themselves time to think. Just the other day, was it yesterday or the day before, I stopped two guys from fighting in a road rage incident.
Yeah, all right.
Because these guys, and I told both of them, look, just breathe, just calm down, right, and just forget about the whole thing and go about your business. Just calm down, just relax and breathe. And in the end, they did breathe. Right, but they were still carrying on and saying, "Oh, he did this, he did that, blah blah blah." I said, "Look, just let it go, just breathe." And they, and eventually they calmed down. I managed to get it down to a reasonable level, because the rate at which they were going, they would have killed each other. I could see it brewing, and I was riding my bicycle, and something told me to stop. And even before, it was weird, because a bee flew into my left eye. Right, and I was like, oh shit, and then I noticed there was traffic on both sides of the road, and I was like, what's causing this? Because normally at that time there's no traffic. And then I saw one car parked across the road and another van on the other side, and this white guy was having a go at the black guy, and the black guy was calling him names, expletives, and all of this, and they were ready to fight. And I just stopped and I said, oh, yeah, come on, relax, just breathe, just let it go, You don't know what's going on in each other's lives. Just relax, just let it go, just breathe. And eventually they calm down. But they weren't breathing when I saw them. They were just, driven by instinct and by anger and by emotion. They just wanted to lash out. And it's not a good way to go. Sometimes people, because we are limited beings, we for our brains to function properly, we require oxygen, and thinking requires time. We're not lizards. We've got like a neoencephalon. It takes time. We can't allow reflexes and emotion to take over. It's not always good for us. Sometimes it's good to be emotional in certain situations. Other times it's not, and it works against us.
And it's good that you went right to the physiology, the breathing and stuff like that, because that's where the feelings generate from, is the physiology, and that can, influence the stress, and things like that.
Absolutely.
So that was awesome, man. Really good on you for that.
Hero.
A lot of people would pull their phones out. Yeah, y'all get to it, man. Let's see it.
Yeah. I felt like Jesus
viral. You were like Jesus. You did what Jesus.
No, I felt like I did a good thing there,
Absolutely.
And the thing is, I was going to get my prescription for my boy the day before, and then my wife didn't feel well. So I said, "Oh, okay, I'll stay here with you, and I'll go tomorrow." Had I gone on that day, I wouldn't have been there to stop the fight, and God knows what would have happened. It's funny how these things work out.
Yeah, it could be.
So right time, right place.
Absolutely.
Save the day. Yeah.
Also in the Kabbalah, chance is but law unrecognized. That's a quote. There is
that's right. I remember reading that there. Yeah, by the 3 initiates. Yeah.
Yeah, chance is but law unrecognized is how they frame it. And when you really think about it, there is no chance. Whatever we think is chance is a narrow perspective of a much greater reality. And what we're calling chance, this is why synchronicities are meaningful.
Yeah. And it's funny because I felt like I had to stop. Something told me to stop, like I have to intervene. Because normally it's like I just avoid trouble. I don't care. I just want to get home. But I felt something right there and then. I had to act.
To act.
Yeah. I don't know how Kay would use this, but I really do think it's almost it is kind of like a synchronicity in a way, isn't it? Because it's meaningful. Right.
I've saved lives like that in the ocean. I was out fishing. I'm from Isla Mirada in the Florida Keys. I was out at Alligator Lighthouse, 3 miles offshore from the island. There was some Cuban fishermen trolling around the lighthouse right before sundown, and I had been doing construction work at our house. It went for a real late day swim, 3 miles out to sea at a reef. Had I have not been, their boat took 3 waves, flipped over, the boat sunk immediately except for the bow, and all their coolers, they lost all their cell phones and their wallets. Had I had the intention to go with my brother and the 2 visitors we had down at the house out to go for a swim at the reef, everybody would have died.
Right.
You would have been catastrophic. Yeah.
That's crazy,
my brother
man.
got a calm, collected mindset, and I said, everybody get back in the boat, go pull the anchor. And I carefully went over there, saved everybody's life, told them that the boat was a loss. We're not going to connect a rope there and then us sink as well. We got to let that go. I'm going to get you to shore and save your life. So what we did, they were praying to Jesus and calling us angels on the way in.
Wow. That's amazing.
And you're real.
Safely to shore, and then
hell yeah.
With the Coast Guard about looking out for the boat. But
we got some heroes on the platform. Hell yeah, man.
It's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
There was something there more than just meaninglessness,
Yeah.
Everything had to happen just right. They weren't meant to die that day,
Yeah. These things are really it's awesome, really, how reality
when it happens is so surreal.
Yeah.
You think about that for the rest of your life,
And something had to know that boat was going to sink and that people needed lives saved in order for me to have the telos to go out and do those things subconsciously that were not on my intellectual periphery. Something inside drove me out there that eventually turned into saving the lives of everyone there.
Hell yeah.
It's like a calling. It's a calling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you
something
felt
new,
you
so
were
there's
compelled. You had that compelling feeling.
yeah.
Yeah.
That reality was somehow determined just ahead, and I didn't know it, but some intuition led me in, you know, or else, you know, you see what I mean? That's a case where something was determined clearly. That
Yeah.
future was going to happen, and then
Mhm.
steps were made
Yeah.
towards that future. So, I mean, this is there, you know, there. That's an example of something determined, you know.
And had you not acted, it would have weighed on your conscience.
Yeah.
You know, you would have looked back and thought, I could have done something about this. Why didn't I? You know, why did I ignore my intuition, my instinct? And yeah, and gladly you didn't. It reminds me of the story of Jonah that we talked about,
Yeah.
Stephen, when you came on my show. Yeah, it's that call to action, to make something right, to stop the chaos and create some order and peace. And Jonah was ignoring all of this. Are you aware of this story, Scott? I don't know
No,
about Caleb.
I don't think I've
Yeah,
heard that story.
yeah. So Jonah was supposed to go to Nineveh because Nineveh was in a state of disarray.
Oh, hello.
And he had a calling from God. God was saying, you have to go there and you have to
Mhm.
preach and you have to sort people out. And Jonah kept avoiding it. So he was traveling at sea, and there was a storm, and these sailors ended up throwing him overboard because they realized, well, you're not, and bearing in mind, you're not supposed to read. I don't think you're supposed to read this story literally. And Stephen is in agreement with me on that. But yeah, he was at sea, and the sailors said, "Look, we're going to have to get rid of you. I'm really sorry because you're making God angry," or something like that. So they threw him overboard, and he sank, and he ended up being swallowed by a giant whale. Some
Hey
texts
guys,
call it a
sorry
giant
to bother
fish.
you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to cut in there. I didn't want to interrupt you then.
Hey,
Okay. Yeah.
Brandon, how are you going?
I'm good, thank you. I just saw your stream with the open link speaking about like metaphysics, so I figured if it's okay for me to jump in.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Finish your story, Orlando, and then I'd like to hear from you.
No problem. Yeah. So he's swallowed by the whale, and I think he's there for 3 days and 3 nights, if memory serves me. You can correct me on this, Stephen, but yeah, he's there for 3 days and 3 nights, and he's in a state of despair, and the whale speaks to him. And in my mind, the whale is supposed to be his unconscious mind, right? And it speaks to him. So he is overwhelmed by his own unconscious mind, is in despair, and the whale says to him, you know, if you stay here and do nothing, we're both gonna die, right? Because Leviathan, the serpent of the sea, is about, right? And Leviathan is supposed to be the serpent of the world, the serpent of chaos. You can see the symbolism behind it. So Leviathan is about, and if he catches up with us, he's going to eat us both. So we're both going to die. So Jonah finds himself in a situation where he definitely has to do something about his predicament. So he says to the whale, he has a eureka moment, an idea. He says to the whale, look, do as I tell you, swim up to Leviathan, next to Leviathan, and then let me deal with him. So the whale does this, and Leviathan, Jonah, ends up saying to Leviathan, if you don't leave us alone, I'm gonna cut your tongue, cut off your tongue, and feed it to the rest of the fish. And as the story goes, Leviathan looks at Jonah, and he sees that Jonah is circumcised, and that Jonah is with God. So Leviathan ends up fleeing in terror, right? So that's how the story goes. And at first, you read the story, and if you take it literally, it's laughable because it's like, what? So, Leviathan saw Jonah's dick and fled in terror. What's going on here?
Right.
But if you take it metaphorically, right?
Yeah.
If you look at circumcision as something symbolic, as the shedding of skin, you're a new person. You're shedding off aspects of yourself that no longer serve you, right? Because it's no good for you to just remain there in despair and doing nothing. So Jonah suddenly decides to act, to do something about his predicament. So he becomes a new, improved version of himself. So the circumcision could signify that shedding of his skin, his unwanted skin. So he becomes a new person, and now he's an unstoppable force, and he's willing to face the dangers of the world, which Leviathan represents, is the serpent of the world, right? And the troubles suddenly dissipate, suddenly go away, as Leviathan did, because the troubles can't do anything against an unstoppable force. Jonah is now with God. Jonah is now confident enough to do something about the problems with strength, with courage, and he can't be stopped.
All
and
right,
that's
cool.
a much more powerful reading of the Bible, of that story, of that biblical story,
right.
than the literalist narrative.
Yeah.
So, Baranowicz, did you want to say anything about the discussion so far? Anything to add?
Yeah, so when I was listening to that part there, you are definitely correct in the sense of saying you can't take it literally, because when you have that standard, when it comes to other biblical tales, when you take it literally, it does not make sense, or you don't get the message it's trying to convey. So it's definitely something that we cannot look at in a literal sense. We have to look at it in a metaphysical sense to, grasp the message that is being portrayed. For example, Exodus or the Book of Job, if we look at those physically, we may not get much from it, but when we look at it metaphysically, we can get a lot from it.
Definitely, yeah. The story of Job is another example where, if you just take it to mean that God and the devil have a bet as to how Job is going to react, it just doesn't sit well, because then God is seen as an immoral being who doesn't care whether or not people are good and have faith, right?
Yeah, but I was going to say as well, sorry to cut you off, in one of the iterations of the Book of Job, God shows Job 3 miraculous wonders. He shows him Leviathan, he shows him, I think it's the rock on the base of a mountain, and something else. And then he says to Job, there is always a plan and a placement, so no matter what I do, there is always a reason. You have to understand that. And then when Job comes back, he goes, yes, you are right. No matter all the good or all the bad that may fall upon me, there is a reason for it.
Yes, that's right. Because Job, eventually, he never loses faith. And eventually he comes to a deep realization, to my mind, when God speaks to him. And God speaks to him in a very cryptic way, but it's only cryptic if you take it literally, because God says, it almost sounds like he's reprimanding Job. He says, who are you to tell me how things should go? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the world? Which is not fair. It's not something that sounds fair to Job, right? Because he can't help but to be who he is and to have been born as a human being, so how could he possibly be at the beginning of the creation of the world,
But it was like that with Moses as well. When Moses spoke to the burning bush of God, Moses asked, who am I to lead these people? And God said to him, was it not I who made the seeing and the blind? Was it not I who made those who walk and those who limp? So he wasn't trying to say to Moses that I am this all perfect being and everything under me is perfection. He said to Moses, I have made the good and the bad. I have made, beauty and disgust. Yeah. And then after that, Moses went, yeah, from what I've seen from you, it makes sense.
Somewhere in
Yeah,
it says that.
yeah,
as
go
well.
for it.
I create the light and the darkness. I make good and the evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things.
Yeah.
You know, in Isaiah somewhere it says that as well.
Yeah, because once you come to that realization, to go back to Job, it's almost like life gets easier because you stop asking why. I've done everything right. As Job does at first, he's like, God, I've been faithful. I've done everything right. Why is this happening to me? Like as if to say, I don't deserve this. But then when God replies to him, I look at it as a kind of psychological realization. Job realizes things happen willy-nilly, whether you're a good person or not, right? But it makes the world of difference if you remain faithful in what you can do. If you always look to try and maintain order, to improve yourself, to do everything you can to help yourself despite all the troubles, despite all the chaos that might surround you. And once you have that understanding, you don't waste time wondering why it's happening to you, or you don't waste time, and you don't fall into despair. You don't feel like you've been slighted in any way.
Yeah,
You just come to that
God
realization.
wanted. Oh, sorry, I was going to say God wanted to exemplify that even in the darkest and the worst of times, that your faith is like the brightest thing towards you, and you should never lose it. So no matter all the trouble or all the misfortune that comes your way, you should keep your faith and still burn bright. It's not about, as you said, not going to God and go, oh, you gave me all these good things, why have you taken them away? It's about when the time comes and you are tested, it's about your resilience of faith.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I agree with
Absolutely.
theology. Yes.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Because if you don't have faith in yourself, if you don't persevere in the face of all that chaos, in the face of adversity, and even when everything around you seems to be telling you that there's no way out, but if you're unsure, you have to believe that there is a way out in order for you to find it. Because if you don't, you're going to perish.
Yeah.
Well,
And
think
that's that.
about
So you,
And have
Yeah.
faith.
think about how valuable that story would be for people living in the Iron Age, Bronze Age, around that time period.
We're terrible.
Imagine all the uncertainty.
Yeah.
You're a farmer, you're living off the land, you depend on the rain, you depend on the environment. We know how brutal the environment can be. We know how nature is very uncertain, and especially back then, they didn't have weather reports, and all they really saw was a lot of, suffering, death, problems. Always, every day was a rough problem to fix and solve. Much different world than the one we live in today. So I can imagine a story like that would really resonate with people who felt tested by nature. They felt that the world was testing them and really giving them a run for their money. They're seeing their family die. They see their friends die. I mean, it was a daily thing in the ancient world.
Oh
So
yeah, we've got like multiple examples of that. Like during the Roman era, there was a priest who was, I think he was like burnt on the stake or something, and he was like, if you repent your faith, we'll let you go. And he's like, no, put more logs on the flame. It's quite cold. Or the story of Longinus, where he, after witnessing the crucifixion, he went about spreading the word of the Lord. And then when he was finally captured and brought towards like his captors, he asked him, oh, if you just go back to the old gods, we'll let you go. And he was like, no, your old gods are false, whereas mine is eternal. And after I think they blinded him and cut off one of his hands. When he let go, he destroyed the statue and was like, where are your gods now? I have mine,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah,
This is the cultures, the environment, and the real, importance of belief and the importance of
You need
you
it.
know, they basically felt, this is where, things like superstition come from. You know,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
think performing certain patterns are going to be correlated to certain outcomes because maybe you experienced that once. Every time I see the bush rushing around, there's always been a wild animal. So when you see that thing happen, get out of there. And it happened to help them, that superstition sort of paid off, and you
Yeah,
can see how these.
see, the thing is that faith is a integral part of the human species, no matter which way you look at it. Where if we took a modern day example of, let's say, someone decides to skip church one day and something bad happens, that faith is reinvigorated to go, oh, well, I didn't do this. So,
Yeah. It's one of the things that tests your rationality because we rationalize based on cause and effect, and we think once we get a wider perspective of our causes, we stop looking. It's like when I used to go to Jehovah Witnesses. I used to go to our congregation, and somebody would be hard on their rent. They're about to get kicked out of their apartment and going to lose, and so we all get together and try to pray that God will intervene somehow and save them from being homeless or kicked out, when maybe somebody come along that has more understanding of the law, to understand that you can put in a written notice that you want to make a payment plan, and by the law they can't kick you out in that case. Maybe if you understood the law, that would be more helpful, more rational than maybe just praying for the God to kind of save you out of your problems. So these sort of faith beliefs tend to challenge our rationality, especially in light of the fact that you can have faith in anything. Like there's people that have faith that white people are superior to black people, in their religion, the KKK.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
just because they have a lot of faith in that doesn't make it true. So faith
Yeah.
by itself isn't enough.
The problem is you get distortions of faith, and sometimes people place their faith in the wrong things, and they expect help from some imaginary god instead of doing things for themselves. And sometimes praying just means reinforcing what you intend to do.
Right.
And the thing is, I wish Sophia was around to hear this, because the word believe is actually from the Germanic belieben, which means to will and to act. And it's so tied to the concept of the kind of faith which is indispensable to people, really. Even in science, I mean, the scientific endeavor can't go anywhere unless it believes there is a truth to be found, unless it believes that the universe is totally comprehensible. Because if it doesn't, what's the point? Why would it move? Why would it go anywhere? If it doesn't have a type of faith, it wouldn't take off. There's no reason for the enterprise without that faith. You see, that kind of faith is necessary. It's paramount for us to have a reason to act, right? And the thing is, if you don't, and the same thing goes for in situations where when you're in danger, and it feels like there's no way out. Even in uncertainty, you must believe, because the alternative means that you're going to perish. If you don't do anything about the situation, you're definitely going to go down. Whereas if you do something about it, there's always a chance that you will find a way out. So faith is definitely important. It's indispensable. And it has to be the right kind of faith, not the
Pretty much like pretty much like the story of Saint Dismas on the cross, where when Jesus was crucified with two thieves, the one mocked him and the other one went, well, what can I do? And because he believed in Jesus, he went to heaven with him, because through belief.
Yeah.
Well, that's the ongoing battle of the faiths. Everybody's thinking that it's about having faith in the right thing. So, like, speaking to like a Catholic, um, versus speaking to, say, fundamentalist evangelical, or maybe a, Calvinist, somebody like that, diametrically opposed, yet within the same religious, title, Christian, and yet they all disagree. They have faith in the wrong thing. And so, it brings up the question, well, how do we know the difference between faith in the right thing and faith in the wrong thing? And so that's where our epistemology comes in, where we start to examine what we believe, and why. And
Yeah. Sorry, you go first.
Sorry, yeah, just very briefly, I believe that there was a kind of reasoning and a kind of strife going on in ancient Egypt before the conception of the god Marduk, and eventually that they came to an amalgamation of all the gods, because there were different religious factions and they were going against each other, saying, "Oh no, it's my god is the one that's the most powerful one," and others would say, "No, it's my god." So they would go to war, and eventually the result was a kind of amalgamation of all the best attributes of each god from all those factions, all those factions that were at war with each other, right? And they came up with Marduk, and it's funny because Marduk is a god who has eyes all around his head, the way he's depicted, and when you look at it, you realize, why does he, you ask yourself, why does he have eyes all around his head? And what do eyes stand for? Eyes stand for seeing, for the all-seeing eye.
Yeah.
Maybe you can back me up on this, Stephen, but it's almost like he's got eyes all around his head, and it's almost like it's saying, this God has to be aware, and it's the ideal that we look up to. It has to be aware of everything. He has to be aware of danger. He has to be aware of absolutely everything in order to know exactly what to do and how to act and how to behave. It's an
Kind of like
all-seeing eye.
the biblically accurate angels, where it's the wings with all the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What they
that's right.
by that is in the all-seeing eye too, is what we're talking about, primary consciousness. The substratum. It's the substratum. It's an experiential awareness that is the substratum of reality. And then it here reflects itself for anything that we see as different, including ourselves. That's simply put. But that's the symbolism of those things. When there's lots of eye or an all-seeing eye, the idea is that there's something that's omni. There's something that's non-local. Let's put it in scientific terms. There is a non-local reality which is experiential.
Mm-hmm.
A scientific perspective. That's what they mean by omni.
It's consciousness, and it's omni, and it impels us to try to know as much as we can about any given situation, to be aware, and the more you're aware of things, then you can inform yourself, and that's the beginning of wisdom, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like you said, it's all about,
and it's all very symbolic. Yeah.
Personal awareness. Through personal awareness, inner salvation comes from personal awareness, and this is the real Christ message. Everybody's supposed to be somehow embodied. The embodiment of Christ means the embodiment of self-awareness turned inwardly and making things conscious that had been subconscious or out of your periphery. You're not going to be such an ego, a blind ego, when you open the eyes of the ego. The ego is going to dissolve, but the ego is going to become more informed instead of less informed. That's what I took from your talk earlier.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, how do you see all of this, Caleb?
I mean, when it comes to, what you're talking about with the ego, it's like I'm in pretty much with 100% agreement with idealists. It's
we need to make it self-aware. We're not going to get rid of it, but it can raise its awareness of itself. So when if it's gaslighting, you need to be aware. Oh man, what have I just done? I've just I've been gaslighting somebody, or that is a bigoted thought. Hold on a second. Why would I think something like that? Do I want to be a bigot? Do I want to be a misogynist? Do I want to hurt people? Awareness is the way out of this. Awareness is essentially the key to salvation. They're misrepresenting Christ, and they're misrepresenting faith, and they're misrepresenting belief.
I was going to say, I'm someone who. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to try to get back to what I was trying to say before, which is, like realizing that, with the type of determinism I believe in, it's like what Scott was saying earlier, that it's helped me become a more empathetic person and be more self-aware, to bring it back to trying to become more aware of who you are and what you are to your surroundings and all that.
And raising empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck Campbell is an idealist, and his whole platform is based on entropy and empathy, and that we start off entropy, and through life experience, like you're describing, not everybody does it, but there's sort of a telos towards sort of a movement or a goal towards gaining in empathy over time. And experience. I took my roommates in high school. I savagely took my roommate's girlfriend as mine because she's mine now. She likes me, not you. It was a horrible thing, but I learned a lesson from it. And a year and a half later or so, we put it behind us and became friends again. But as a teenager, I was such an ego that I was willing to take my best friend's roommate's girlfriend right out from under him, without thinking twice. No, she's mine now. I was I was acting like a caveman. I was acting like a misogynist. I was doing all kinds of things terrible. But I was also like 16, 17 years old, and I needed that negative stuff to mold and build character somehow. It was a horrible thing, but I did apologize. And the most important thing is that I resented it inside. I resented ever having done something so horrible to my friend, but not that I would never do that again.
But you're aware of all of that,
and
being self-aware is your salvation. And that's why people say, take a look at yourself in the mirror, or put yourself in the other person's shoes. It all makes sense. It's
if you were a narcissist, you would never have made that self-reflection and been able to grow
to grow out of it. I would have just been stagnant as a narcissist that can't grow. So that, later on I thought, well, maybe I'm not that bad,
I was going to say, no, self-reflection is highly important. Like when Jesus went to the Roman consul and he was, asking him all this stuff, after he sent him away, the Roman consul went, hang on a minute. Now that I look back, have I made the right choice? Have I made this? And eventually he ends up saying, yes, I did make the wrong choices, but I'm redeemed now because I know of the choices I've made.
Yeah, in hindsight, we can make all sorts of assessments about ourselves. But we should always try to observe ourselves and our actions and be aware of our own emotions and feelings, even question our beliefs.
Well, it's really the thing is that we can sin, but it's having the foresight to acknowledge and identify the sin that we've made. When you don't identify that, you just fall deeper into the pit. But once you recognize the sin you've committed, you understand it and reflect upon it. And having that is a great tool towards, that path. When you commit sin and you don't look back or don't reflect on it, that's when you go down the road to damnation. But
absolutely,
at some point, you reject the Holy Spirit and then it becomes unpardonable. I suppose that's the way they frame it.
Yeah.
You continue
through your own personal choice.
You
Yeah,
know,
because you choose not to care, not to,
yeah.
you know, and this is the reason why
And
psychopaths, sociopaths tend to say, they often say, it's not my fault, it's your fault, because it's unbearable, the thought that something is their fault. You know, it's like they can't bear to take responsibility for any wrongdoing, because
Lack of-
otherwise it's a blemish on their character, you know, because they're supposed to be perfect, you know, and with psychopathy comes narcissism. You know, they are like gods. They have a god complex. They can never do any wrong, and they've got the right to infringe on the rights of others. They've got the, you know, in their heads, they've got the right to do whatever they like because they are gods. And everything that goes wrong, that other people perceive as wrong, it's never their fault. And if it is, and other people prove that it's their fault, they will come back and say, well, you drove me to it. It's your fault. It's not my fault. You know, it's pathological. It's pathological.
It's blind ego, and it's unaware. It's self-unawareness, and it's a lack of integration in the ego.
Yeah. So God knows what kind of dreams they have, because a lot of dreams, you get different types of dreams, right? But the main ones that people usually have tend to be very personal and reflect on their character, and also their worries about their lives. It's almost like a mirror, you know. Dreams tend to reflect back to you.
You know, they look at the pathology of people that join particular organizations. You know, they've done studies like very authoritarian people, like, say, people that have jobs like being a cop or being a military leader or having some sort of, authority in their life professionally. These people tend to become very, conservative, very authoritarian. They like religions where God is more of a dictator. You know, they kind of resonate with that sort of psychology. And it's usually the they usually own dogs and animals that, are docile, or they don't like cats, for example.
Yeah, they view God as a reflection of themselves with this unamounted power and do whatever they want. So they go, okay, I'm with this because he's like me, when as a matter of fact, it's not that,
Yeah, and it's the cognitive bias, it enforces itself all along. So everything they see, they see themselves in it. That's why they join particular religious groups and stuff.
Yes,
and do particular jobs, and
that's how these cults go. Like I said, I was raised in the SDA denomination. It's practically a cult. I mean, and it's full of authoritarians. The people in a lot of these churches that I've called false church it's ego religion. They have misinterpreted the scripture to appeal to the human ego, and they're calling that Jesus, and they're calling that God, and that. It's you can go into the same Bible and do away with those bad interpretations.
Oh yeah, I've had a debate with a evangelist, and they would throughout the whole thing they kept saying to me, "My view is right, yours is wrong," and I was like, "Well, how can you say?"
Yeah, and it's like, based on what? And they go, the Bible. Well, that same Bible reads differently through a different perspective. And it's like, how can it be about love and compassion and interconnection and interdependence when it's that egoic and narcissistic? There's a problem here. There's a red flag. Somebody's not reading this right.
And I have a theory about that too. Like, when you think about the people that are drawn to those kind of religions, those kind of organizations, usually those people turn out to be unbelievers quicker than those quote unquote liberal Christians, right?
Yeah, I think so. They go.
Yeah, because all it takes is one little thing to break the whole thing. Because
that was the that was the whole reason the Church of England started. Henry VIII did not like the fact that he couldn't divorce someone, so he went, I disagree on this point, and then made his own thing. That's the whole, the whole point.
Yeah, because they're going to look at it like, well, this Bible is infallible. Every part of it, every word of it is infallible, and it's clearly what it means is this, that, and the other. So if they read something, if someone points out a contradiction or points out something that's not in line with their interpretation of that scripture, and they're convinced that it does fly in the face of their interpretation, then they'll be like, well, fuck the whole thing then. If one thing's wrong, it's all wrong.
Yeah.
And they'll just move on to being a fundamentalist atheist or something.
It's basically...
Yeah, they moan about atheists. Yeah, they moan about atheists, but they're the ones who create atheists. I mean, Dawkins, take a look at Richard Dawkins. He's an atheist, but he has a religious background. He comes from the Christian church, and it's like, well...
I was going to say, it's basically, imagine if I gave you one of the greatest books ever written, but because there was a spelling mistake in the book, you would go, because of that, it's all wrong, or it's a terrible book. You go, no, because of this, it doesn't devalue the book itself. It's just something that we can discuss later. It's just, because of this one thing, it's all wrong. When no, it's just,
Well, a lot of, this is the thing. A lot of this gets a lot deeper than even just that, unfortunately, because with a lot of the Bible, the entire thing it's almost like I always call it the multiple choice book of beliefs, because you can actually cherry pick any parts of it you want and stand very strong on those parts. Like you can be an abolitionist against slavery and stand on the Bible, and you stand on certain cherry pick verses out of the Bible, but then you're going to have to ignore like Exodus 21.
Or like if you say, or like with the commandments, it's like, thou shalt not kill, but you go, but in the Bible it says, I bring not peace but a sword. You can go, well, that means something. Yeah,
on and on and on, and some of it is clearly like Mark talks about Jesus was crucified at 9 a.m, and then Matthew says no, he was crucified at noon. Or he wasn't even crucified at noon. He was being tried by Pilate at noon. So it's like there's got to be some kind of discrepancy there. And so a lot of people, can resolve it and just take a more rational view and say, well, the Bible was written by people, but they were expressing God through their writing. This is what they were trying to express as their view of God. And
not to mention as well that the Bible's been translated multiple times, where it was originally like Hebrew, Aramaic, and then it went to Latin, then it went to Greek, then it went,
Right, but
we've
all of that.
We've lost the original intention of the texts. I don't think the people who wrote the texts were necessarily stupid, to the point of making the Messiah look horrible. I mean, if we go back to reading the Bible in a symbolic way, the sword could mean that you won't be at rest if you want to make progress, and the sword will be used to cut away aspects of yourself which are no longer useful. So as long as you insist on being the way you are, you're going to have trouble. So you won't be at peace.
Right.
And that's where the sword comes in, because
that's
the cherubs as well.
Sorry to say dead quick. I'm going to jump off, guys, but I'd just like to say thank you for having me. It's been great discussing with you all.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Hope you have a good night, guys.
Yeah,
you too, man.
Good one.
You too.
Night. Yeah, that's a good point. People can. I think that they should interpret the Bible in light of the norms, because if we don't, then we become immoral. At the time that the Bible was written, slavery was the norm. We can't go by those laws anymore.
No, and some of the passages were being used to justify what they were doing. They were whipping the slaves, and they were reading passages off the Bible and deriving their own interpretations. But I believe that if Christianity is to be saved, morally speaking, they are going to have to change their interpretation, and they're going to have to move away from literalism and they're going to have to incorporate, these figurative interpretations. And I'm not saying in the sense of trying to just save it, but to try and find the real intention of the texts as they were
Look,
originally intended, without
look,
assuming that the people
Well-
who wrote the text were stupid.
Yeah.
I'm all for Christians or just any religion where it's like they have a holy book and there's good parts to it and there's problematic parts to it. It's like I'm all for them cherry picking the good parts and leaving the bad parts behind. And I don't know if that's controversial as an atheist, but it's like, to me, it's like,
better.
Well, I agree. You want to return the wisdom in the Bible and get rid of those passages which in this day and age are problematic. So you may have to, but then again, you have to be careful not to weed out things which are not meant to be taken as an offense or being seen in a literal way. Sometimes if you remove certain texts, you might lose the overall meaning, and you might lose a way in which the Bible is connected, which nobody is seeing today. There might be some kind of discovery, some kind of code that needs to be deciphered.
I mean,
in the Bible.
I get
you don't want to lose that.
I get what you're saying, but like the controversial parts that I usually find aren't usually that, what you're talking about. It's like usually from the Book of Laws, where it's just like there is no hidden meaning or broader context. It's just, hey, this is what you should or shouldn't do.
Yeah, like I'll bring this scripture up, like, Exodus 21:20-21 says, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. So
that's problematic. Get rid of that one.
Yeah, just like how do we keep that, or how do we interpret that in a spiritual way?
Yeah.
Part of their societal codes of the Bronze Age, of the time that it came from. Some of it's astrotheology, some of it is symbolic alchemy, some of it is all these different things, but some of it is just the social code. Let me quote Joseph Campbell. He has four primary functions of a traditional mythology. Number one is the mystical function, the mystery, which is to orient the mind towards the mystery of existence itself, the mystery of its own preconditions. The second is the cosmological function. That is where science and philosophy is located. That's where intellect and intellectualizing is located. Direct experience is the first function. Indirect experience through logic and thinking and philosophy and science and all that is the secondary. And that's where all the astrotheology and astrotheological allegories are in scripture. Then there's the societal function, function 3. That's what you're talking about now, the laws and the this and the that. And then there's the pedagogical function as function 4, which is how an individual lives their life from birth through life experience and out the door through death. Those are the 4 primary functions of a mythology. It's there in the Bible. These parts that we're talking about that are so ugly are part of the third function, the sociological function. So I could nuance it down to all of that by way of Joseph Campbell's scholarship. And then know, okay, those passages in Exodus and the law are the societal issues, not the mystical, not the astrotheological, philosophical, and scientific, and not the pedagogical. We can say this is if we want to pinpoint it in terms of function, it's the sociological function. But Campbell would also argue it's the sociological function of the Bronze Age, and we need to completely rethink all of that today. And he's right. And the fundies are against that because they're literalizing it and think it can't be changed, and we have to act according to the way it says in the Bronze Age, and they're wrong.
Right.
Well, I like how you broke it down like that.
That's an intellectual way of looking at religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I mean, we really have to be careful. But yeah, there is a sense in which we have to preserve the good parts and the parts that speak to this generation, this day and age.
We do. I agree.
And also maybe, Bible studies need to be updated, perhaps, and Maybe
Yeah.
she,
Well, let me
maybe
ask
the
you
language
this.
is some.
Here's a blunt question. Why should the Bible be preserved at all? Is it necessary for a person to be an idealist or find, the values of non-duality without the Bible? Or are you saying that we can interpret the Bible for those such people that resonate with the Bible as their identifier?
I don't think we need it. It's just something we happen to have. I mean, they consolidated old world knowledge when they copied all the pagan myths, like everybody pretty much understands now. That it was all copycat stuff. Practically none of it was original. Well, that's on purpose. All they were doing was taking old world knowledge and consolidating it into this one book, and that's why it's haphazard. That's why we find all the self-contradiction, because it's one culture and another culture and one writer and another writer and this opinion and that opinion. One person sees it as peace, the other sees it as the sword. There's a lot going on, different people seeing it in different ways. And then when you took all of that and put it all together, just they tossed it in there in ways that they were not paying attention to the self-contradictions. They just threw it together, and here are all these self-contradictions. So I mean, the way I look at it is that they were consolidating old world knowledge for sake of preservation so that it would pass on to future generations.
Question.
Why don't we just take it that way? Now it's not inerrant, obviously. There it is errant.
I'm curious. I know there was definitely a lot of copycatting, ancient religions, piggybacking off each other. But I was also curious, how much of it is just them also just coming upon the same idea around the same period, like sort of like how in evolution it's like it's like there'll be different how animals will come up with eyesight, but sometimes it's two completely different ways of going about doing it, and they just so happen to come upon the same solution.
These were too popular. I have a hard time with they independently came up with the same ideas concept, because they were so darn well known and popular when Christianity came out, and they had the libraries of Alexandria then. They had the means to take all of this Eastern knowledge, and world knowledge was there in Alexandria. And that's where they were creating these biblical writings. They had all the means to just consolidate everybody's beliefs together and draw from these things, these other religions. And I think because I've studied it pretty deeply, and that's what I think there's a lot of intent on them pulling ideas in from the past that went into all this. Because even do unto others is hailed as some original thing, groundbreaking.
Right.
It's older than the Christian religion.
Exactly.
You can trace it back to the Far East, but that was in the Library of Alexandria. And guess who burned the libraries right after the New Testament was written almost? The Christians, the Christian mobs, the false churches. They went in, they literally destroyed the evidence of how the Bible was created, basically. That's what they achieved by getting rid of those libraries and burning Hypatia, the pagan priestess.
So is that like what biblical scholars would also say, that it was a lot of copying?
Yeah, most of them, except the ones that are fundamentalist Christians who have emotional biases and won't accept that. Everybody who's open-minded seems to accept that it was all, but it wasn't sinister. Those of us, we're not taking the idea that it was underhanded or that it was somehow wrong. That when they did it, they thought it was perfectly acceptable to do what they were doing. If they just thought they were consolidating old world knowledge, not fooling everybody and lying and tricking. But as time went on, that's what it turned into. It turned into deceiving, lying, and tricking.
Yeah, because they had to be consistent with the church.
Yeah,
and the church wanted to say that Jesus literally fulfilled the prophecies that the Bible writers wrote about. That was how they kept hinging Jesus to something meaningful for them. Because look, if he wasn't the son of David, if he wasn't in line to be the king, then who was he? He was just some crazy idolater, someone who was making a god of himself. So they had to make it like, no, Jesus fulfilled the prophecies and Jeremiah, Isaiah, all of this stuff, when clearly he didn't. So his kingdom had to be of the heavens. Well, if he was a Gnostic, he was already saying that the kingdom
Yeah.
is within, that he was, not trying to be of this world, but his kingdom was no part of this world. But the church, they wanted to play both sides of the same thing.
Yeah.
I think that it's either Jesus was a liar, like just a guy who really did think he was going to be the king of Israel, and he just failed and lied the whole time, or he was a Gnostic the whole time and wasn't even talking about that. And
I go
the
Gnostic,
church
he
was
wasn't
the one that
talking.
put in all that stuff.
Or he didn't exist. That's the
Yeah.
other
Or it didn't
alternative.
exist, right?
Is it mythicism?
Could be
Yeah.
a literary
Or I go towards the line of thinking of that it was either Jesus was a legend or he was an amalgamation of legend.
Yeah.
I think amalgamation is a fair point because there was a whole bunch of different people named Yeshua, and
Yep.
and they appear in the Flavius Josephus's histories, Jewish history. He mentions up to 20 plus. Okay, I was on staff also at xchristian.net, which is still up. I ran the debate forums for years at xchristian.net, and I was trying to represent the idea of maintaining a spiritual attitude post Christianity. Post, I considered myself an ex-Christian for years because I wasn't them. I wasn't the false church. I didn't believe it in I wasn't dualistic, and I didn't take it their way. So I was a member of xchristian.net on that premise, and full of atheists and whatnot. But I considered myself pantheistic and spiritual, and also like a spiritual atheist, in a way. It's like I didn't believe in God's literally, but I believe in God as a concept. So I've been between the atheists and the religionists this whole time. I've been like somewhere in between these two, and I'm just saying that now I'm a hermetic Christian because the mystical, symbolic thing that we keep talking about, I do believe in. I do have faith in that way. So, I know some ugly secrets, a lot of ugly secrets about church history from all of this research and whatnot that I can't ever unlearn. And what my best understanding is that there was a Gnostic beginning to this before the first century. It was welling up prior to the first century. It was happening in Alexandria in Egypt. It was happening in Antioch, but where there were Jews and Gentiles together, and the Jewish religion was being shared by Gentiles. This all just kind of, it could be a literary creation. It very well could be a literary creation, and I know that because I know all the steps and stages that went into it all. And they could have just condensed on it because there is no written gospels until we don't have any historical gospels in history until after the second half of the second century. Put it that way. We have to assume that they're older. We don't have them in the historical record until then. I learned that. That there was a Gnostic canon that came out first by Marcion, who was a devotee of St. Paul, and we think that St. Paul was a Gnostic as well. And the reason that Marcion found Paul's writings in Antioch and then made the first Christian canon is because it was originally Gnostic, and that after the fact, the Gospels were written to try to give it a backstory. Well, in Flavius, there's 20 different Yahshuas mentioned. And if you go look at the individual different Yahshuas that were mentioned, each one of them will have a little bit of the gospel story, one piece of the puzzle, not the whole thing, just one part. And you can see whoever wrote those gospels had access to the Jewish histories of Flavius Josephus when they wrote it. And he wrote in the late first century, so they would have had it by the middle of the second century. So that's what I think about it personally. Because and when he said amalgamation of legends, to me that is the most accurate deduction that I've been able to make, having researched this stuff deeply. It is an amalgamation. We can prove that it is. We can show that it is. And the testimonium, the testimonium Flavium, is the one line in there that they say proves that about the gospel Jesus. Well, it's a rank forgery. Historians called it a forgery, and church fathers called it a forgery all the way up until recent times when they realized that they couldn't use the Gospels to prove history, because you can't prove it via the Gospels. You can't. The Bible doesn't prove itself. Once that became an issue, then they went back and said, "Oh no, the Testimonium Flavium. Oh yeah, let's revisit that. Yeah, I think some of it's true, some of it's interpolated. It used to be considered a wall-to-wall interpolation. That wasn't like, because they went a pious priest went into Josephus's writings and just added. It breaks the flow of the context. Even I don't know if you guys have studied that, the Testimonium Flavium.
Yeah, I've read through it a long time
breaks
ago.
the natural flow of the context, where it seems to be an afterthought that happened later on. And in certain early church fathers, there's times where they could have easily pointed at that for the evidence that they needed against critics, and they didn't. And people think that's because it didn't exist until much later, like in the 300s. So
Yes, some of the earliest artwork of Jesus was depicted as a child. I think that was early in the 2nd century.
yeah,
One of the oldest depictions of Christ was of a child, which is totally different than anything Jewish thought would have come up with about a king, or even Rome. Rome's kings were always muscular and grown up, and they depicted him a certain way, but Jesus was depicted as a small child,
yeah.
which I always thought that was kind of interesting, and that's sort of consistent with Gnosticism and stuff.
But it doesn't matter when we're taking the symbolic route. It's like look how different this is than the fundamental view. This way, it could be literary. That's fine. We find value and belief and faith in a literary creation. It's fine if it benefits human life, and helps you integrate ego, and helps you to be a better person. It's fine that way. And if there was one particular person that then got covered over with all this added mythology, well, we don't really know that person, because all we know is the mythology that we read in what survived, and that other person's lost to history. So it can't be important that we believe in that person that's lost to history. What would the point be?
You know what? I've heard atheists on the line saying that the way King Herod is portrayed in the nativity story is inaccurate, because in the story of when Jesus was born, King Herod is portrayed as killing babies, and they tend to say, "Oh, that didn't happen." But then, if you take it metaphorically, you can think of Jesus as baby Jesus, as a divine child, and King Herod isn't the real King Herod, but some kind of he could represent some kind of reigning evil and state of chaos and disorder at the time. And baby Jesus, the divine child, could be a divine idea or a divine solution in your mind as a way out. Like you never lose faith, so the divine child comes to you, and the child is born, and then it makes sense that the Star of David leads the 3 wise kings in it, or something like that, to the birth of Jesus. And one of them is King Solomon, or if memory serves me correct. But yeah, if you take it metaphorically, it makes sense. As someone in the state of turmoil, they shouldn't despair, they should have faith. And then the divine child as the idea that can lead you out of trouble, out of the chaos, comes to save you. He's the savior, basically, and it's supposed to be symbolic.
You can look at also, though, too, you can sort of interpret things within the context. Like these two things can't both be true at the same time. Like, say, okay, the Jesus story is very symbolic. It means Gnosticism. It means this and that. But then we also point out in the same vein, well, the Gospels are just the result of the early church trying to prop up Rome and trying to make a religion that was palpable
Mhm.
for the Roman citizens and stuff.
Okay.
So let's,
Yeah.
in the church trying to preserve, beliefs and different dogmas and doctrine, things of this
Oh,
nature.
yeah.
Both things can't be true at the same time.
Mhm.
But what you could say is that some of the more Gnostic maybe influences kind of bleed through or shine through. You just have to be kind of discerning about which parts of the gospel was literally written by the Romans
Yeah.
and which part of it was literally
Oh.
written by the mystics.
Well, like
That's something that Richard Oxenberg told me. You have to read the Bible with wisdom and discernment. And he also talked about Paul Tillich, and I'm planning to bring him back on to talk more about Paul Tillich and an indirect method of interpreting the Bible, which isn't in terms of commands, but in terms of speaking to you personally. You're supposed to derive your own personal interpretation based on what's happening in your life. It's something like that. And the commandments in the Bible are only supposed to be advice, and you've got the freedom as to whether you want to follow them or not. There's always free, because in the Bible you're supposed to have free will as ordained by God. You're supposed to have free will. But yeah, I'm wondering if what Richard Oxenberg has to say about that, because I think he's an advocate of Paul Tillich's theology, where you interpret it in a way that's personal to you. It's called the indirect method of interpretation. It's something like
Go
that.
ahead, Caleb.
And
what were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say, getting back to Herod real quick, it's like we also have to try to be aware of the author's intent. And as far as if I can recall, Herod is mostly in the Gospel of Matthew, correct? And from what I've learned, trying to listen to biblical scholars, it's like the author of Matthew was really about trying to fulfill all these prophecies from the Old Testament. So it's like, I feel like Herod could also just been a great literary device in achieving that goal.
Yep.
He's a bit of a. I mean, there was a historical Herod, but he's being used in a literary sense. That both those things can be true. We know there was a Herod, but what we don't have is evidence from the contemporary period for Jesus, the disciples, or any of this business. The whole problem with the historical arguments is that we only really have the New Testament to verify the existence of the apostles and Jesus. Now, there were historians that were writing in the early first century. Philo of Alexandria was just right around the corner. It's like the difference of I'm in Florida, somebody over here in Georgia or something, or not even that far. He didn't write one word about a preacher over there in Israel raising hell with the establishment and getting crucified or none of that. He had this mystical logos that he talked about that the later Christians used and adopted into Christianity. He was a Jewish writer, Jewish mystic. Philo of Alexandria. There's not a word in Philo of any Jesus or disciples or any of this business. And people are suspect about that. There's not a word in any historical records from Rome or from the Jews that were contemporary to the early first century that corroborate any of this. They have to reach at the very earliest, the end of the first century, but even people question that. So it seems like a backstory, and it seems like they placed it near the beginning of the first century because that's when the ages changed. That's when the
lunar eclipse
to Pisces. So that was during the time when Pilate was, there. There was a historical Pilate. The reason I think the story was backdated to that time particularly has more to do with the astrotheology than anything else. Okay. And they were writing from the perspective of in the second century. There's enough evidence to pretty much show that. It might have started late first century at the end, but then it didn't develop and come into the historical record until much later. So, the jury's out on that. And let's talk about Matthew. Let me hit you guys with some of my atheistic knowledge, because I studied the Bible as an atheist for a long time. when you start, there's a contradiction at the very beginning of Matthew. They try to put him as the lineage of David. They bring the lineage of David down to Joseph, who's not his biological father.
Right.
Call him of the line of David. That's a self-contradiction immediately in the book of Matthew, right up front, that atheists are quite aware of. The intellectual atheists who are out debating apologists all the time, they know all these dirty secrets and more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can't unlearn those dirty secrets once you know them. So I've had to integrate knowing what the Bible really is, and also managing a spiritual view, which works when it's all taken symbolically, you know?
Well, that's the harm that early church created for itself, because they created a lot of silly mistakes.
Yeah.
A lot of silly mistakes. They contradict themselves on the time of Jesus' death, contradict themselves on so many different, all over the place. Who, you know, the where, when he resurrected from the tomb, you know, how many guards there were, the angels, all of these sort of contradictions. They created all that to where they make it almost damn near impossible to take it literally. You know, it's basically just for me, if I really zoom out, it's just a good example of trying to expose maybe the higher, better, more evolved traits of humanity. You know, self-sacrifice, altruism, caring about your neighbor, loving your neighbor, even loving your enemy, you know, forgiving your enemies. You know, these are the sort of lessons that come out of the story. But if you were to go through the details, it'd be enough to make you think, oh, this is bullshit. You know, there's a lot of contradictions here. You know, why should I take any of this serious? You know,
then there's Isaiah. Okay, let's stay with Matthew. Right off, that he's not of the line of David because David's not his father. So it starts off that way. Then it gets into the virgin birth, and they go and they point back. They quote mine Isaiah completely out of its original context to come up with. And they go back, and there was an Emmanuel. Well, that was a person from back in Isaiah's time who was born to a young woman, a maiden. You know? But if you go back and read what quoting, she had the boy Emmanuel, and then the story goes on and on and on and on. It wasn't that was not about something another 2,000 years ahead in the future. Right. That was a story for its time, and somebody quote mined and misrepresented that context in order to do what they did with the virgin birth. So then we're like, well, why did they do that? Oh, well, because the pagans, all the pagan leaders, were born of a virgin. It was a virgin birth. They wanted him to be born of a virgin, so they did it that way. They looked at Septuagint, the Greek Septuagint, and they misinterpreted the young woman for virgin on purpose, I guess, to try to claim. So they tried to claim line of David that way. And then the writer, you can go back and understand the mind of these writers if you really nuance it out and get into their writings, and you can kind of see where the writer was coming from with their intent. You know, that I need him to be of the line of David. I'll take this. I'm going to need, this is premeditated. I'm going to need born of a virgin, like the Caesars and everybody else that is. Okay, so here it is. Here's a quote mine from Isaiah that kind of looks that way. That's what they were doing when they wrote these things. Now,
and a lot of times they would start applying things that weren't even prophecies, and just trying to make them into like, you know, when Jesus was on the crucifix, and he says, "Oh God, why have you forsaken me?" And it comes from Psalm 22:1.
Yeah,
and that wasn't a prophecy. That a psalm is like a song. It's like lyrics, poetry. It's not a prophecy necessarily. That was about David, who was suffering at the hand of his enemies, and when he was going through all his anxiety and things in his situation. That's what that story was about. But you know, anybody can go into the Bible and take some little spooky sounding verse and apply it to yourself, and like, yeah, just as it says in Psalm 22:1, man. You know, just like how I'm going through all that crap at work, this is what it's talking about. Oh God, why have you forsaken me? Like, I can apply it all to me.
Yeah.
Like anybody can make that fallacy, you know?
Yeah. So I guess you are supposed to apply it to you, but not in a literal sense. It's like
Right.
symbolically. I guess we are supposed to. I mean, there's no value there unless we apply it to ourselves somehow.
I love
Well,
that one.
That was just the early
Symbolic-
church. The early church, like you said, they were just trying to
Yeah.
bolster their religion. This new
Yeah.
religion.
So there's contradictions everywhere. We would. It's like beating a dead horse. I mean, there's so many contradictions in there. People would really cringe if they knew them. The people that don't know it, upon exposure, wouldn't want to believe it. There's so much
Right.
of it,
Yeah, they just dig their heels in.
Yeah.
They'll try to justify it, or they'll say, one of the big pivoting points nowadays is they'll say, well, who made you the judge and jury of God? Like, who are you to say God can't do that, or God contradict? Like, who cares if he contradicted himself? God is beyond logic. You're just trying to judge God by your carnal, limited mind. It's just mysterious. They'll use anything to gaslight themselves into accepting what they've been told by some other guy.
It's a mind virus. It is a freaking mind virus. It's I call it. To me, that's the Antichrist. It's a mind virus that's in everybody.
As Christopher Hitchens used to say, beware of those who claim to know the mind of God.
Yeah.
And I think that's very good advice.
Yeah.
It really is, man.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, but you can salvage it. It's like we said, we take it symbolically. Well, none of this is a problem then, and we can find benefit from it all. If you want to, on that note or something, I don't know where we.
And you can combine other traditions with it just equally, and see the value in Hindu scripture and Islamic scripture.
With that one.
You don't need to be. There's no rules to this stuff. That's the great thing about life. Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, guys, I'm gonna sign off here because I've got to get something to eat. But man, thank you so much, Stephen, for coming through, and you guys for supporting the show. And guys, like and subscribe the channel so we can build the community. And until next time, man, we will be back with a new conversation.
Good to see you again, Stephen.
Good to see everyone.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Caleb.
Oh yeah, always have a blast with you guys.
Caleb. Thank you, sir. Y'all be good.
Good night, y'all. All right.
Bye.